Live हुआ. Hello, hi, good afternoon, very good afternoon. Am I audible, visible? Can you all hear me? Hello, hi, hi, Sri Hari, hi. Hello. Am I audible, visible to all of you? Great, great. So, I'm extremely sorry there was a technical glitch. So that is the reason the session got 10-minute delayed. So we'll definitely extend these hours towards the end of this session, right? Nothing to worry. So before I start this discussion, let me welcome each one of you for today's wonderful class, which we are going to have for the entire physics of class 11th and 12th. In this class, what all things you can expect as an output, that is what I'm going to discuss first. And I believe that all of you are, absolutely towards the last phase of your preparation, putting best possible efforts. And I think all the students from Tamil Nadu and Bangalore must be enjoying the Pongal and Makar Sankranti. So wishing you all a very happy Pongal and Makar Sankranti. And let me give you an assurance that towards the end of this session, all of you are going to have a very, very clear understanding that what is going to be the pattern, how to deal with the questions, what are the high weightage topics, and more important, the best way to revise the entire class 11th and 12th through the best possible questions, right? So I believe all of you are ready with pen and paper. If not, make it happen, get settled properly, and very, very important, make sure all the notifications of your device, whatever you are using, are absolutely off, at least till, till today late evening. Yeah. So I think the basic understanding and the basic guidelines of the class are very clear. And I'm very, very excited to have a very interactive discussion with all of you today. And for the student, those who are writing JEE in this particular month, I believe all the documentation, all your details about admit card, your examination center, everything, you got the clarity. Now you are putting your final efforts to make sure that whatever time you have been investing in your preparation for JEE, or maybe there are some students, those who are on this particular channel today, they are preparing for NEET exam as well, since physics remain absolutely common and both of the exams are being conducted by NTA. So believe you me, all the participants whosoever are watching this video will be getting highly benefited out of it, right? So without any delay, let's have a discussion. All right. So the entire class would be, going in English. So nothing to worry. Vanakkam, vanakkam, Aman Kumar. All right. Great. So first of all, let me set the expectations and the basic thing which you can expect. So first thing, as I said, we will be putting an exclusive focus to revise the whole syllabus of class 11th and 12th. When I say revision, don't expect that I'm going to get into the derivations or formulas or the basic stuff. We'll be talking to the next level. I think that basic stuff is already done at your end, isn't it? This is the time where all the formulas, basic definitions, standard diagram must be on your fingertips. So I'll be talking at the next level. So revision, revise of class 11th and 12th, and this we are going to make only through the questions. right? So I have come up with a beautiful set of questions which will not only make you understand the possible varieties in the upcoming exam, but also what is the hidden concept in that particular question, and what could be the further varieties of that particular question, right? So this is one thing which I will be doing. Then standard results. As you all know, if you analyze the previous year question paper of NEET or JEE primarily, there are good amount of questions which are being framed on the standard result, right? So I'll be talking on those standard results today, so that in this particular day, you are ready with a very beautiful booklet which you can refer just before your examination as well, right? So I'll be talking largely on the standard results. Some results I may write directly on the board, but some result we will try to derive from the given questions. Then we'll be having a discussion on PYQs, previous year asked questions in the recent shifts, either it is morning shift or evening shift of all the attempts of JEE, right? This is what we are going to discuss. One additional thing which we'll be discussing today, an exclusive focus on graph. You know, there are good amount of questions, right? Based on graphical knowledge, those questions are designed, and during the exam, if by default you can download the basic stuff of graph, the question related to certain topics like mechanics, like simple harmonic motion, electrostatic for that matter, your life become easy, right? So graph play a significant role. So I'll be talking on the graph aspect today, right? And last but not the least, obviously, to make this session very, very interactive, I'll be taking some of your queries, some of your questions as well, so that this is not one-way communication, rather I take your question and we start this. So I hope these all things are very clear, but again I'm saying all the notifications, and if you have any query, then come in the chat box. Otherwise, make sure you have an absolute focus what I'm going to talk and what are the type of question which I'm going to discuss in the class. Yes? So before we start getting into the questions, I would again request each one of you to go through this all basic stuff. Take pen and paper, a water bottle, so that you are very much comfortable and not getting disturbed during this session, right? So I believe all of us are ready. Yes or no? Yes? Great. All right. So let's start with the very first question. So as we all know, we'll be following again a traditional pattern over here, right? And the first chapter start with unit and measurement. So the first question says, if the momentum P, area A, and time T are taken as fundamental quantities, right? Then dimension formula for the coefficient of viscosity, right? A very layman question, straightforward. So they are saying, assume momentum, area, and time are fundamental quantities. But can you all tell me what are basically fundamental quantities in the chat box? Yes, I am seeing who all are writing. What are the fundamental quantities? Come on, everyone. What are the fundamental quantities? Here we are assuming that momentum is a fundamental quantity, area and time. Out of these three, which are two fundamental quantities? Yes? Length, time, mass, Shifa, okay. Length, okay. Mass, okay. Length, okay. Great, great, right. So since that is our standard assumption, right? But here they are saying that assume momentum, area and time as a fundamental quantity, right? So coefficient of viscosity. So they are saying eta, coefficient of viscosity. The first is momentum. We don't know what is the dependency of the power. A, area, power B, and time, power C. I'm sure all of you must have already got the answer, right? So eta, coefficient of viscosity. If in case you are unable to recall the value of eta at moment, then you can recall the relevant formula of eta. F is equal to eta A dV by dx. I'm not assuming the condition of this formula. No need to get confused plus minus. I'm just assuming what is the correlation between eta and other quantities. So eta would be F upon all this. So you can calculate the dimension ml T minus 2 for force divided by area, that is L square, and dV by dx means LT power minus 1 divided by L, right? LT power minus 1 divided by L. So this would be T power minus 1. So hence we'll get M L power minus 1 T power minus 1. So this is the dimension formula of coefficient of viscosity, right? Now you can write, so we can write M L power minus 1 T power minus 1 equals to a constant K, momentum mv, right? So M LT power minus 1 power A, area L square, power B, and time power C. Done? So now we can compare M power A. A would be 1. Correct? Who all got A equal to 1? All right. L power minus 1, L power A, L power 2B. So we can write A plus 2B equals to minus 1. Hence A is 1. Right? So 2B equals to minus 2. So B would be minus 1. Correct? And compare the power of C. So minus A plus C equal to minus 1, T power minus 1, T power minus A, T power C. A is 1. So minus 1 cancelled out. So C equal to 0. Done? So I hope all of you are clear with all these basic calculations. So hence we can write the coefficient of viscosity eta would be momentum means P power A, and A is 1. Area A, the fundamental presentation A, power B, and B is minus 1, and time T power C, that is 0. So PA minus 1 T0 is the right answer. Right? I hope very simple question, standard question, right? Yes. So Sifa, PDF of all these sessions will be absolutely available, nothing to worry. But right now I would just request all of you to please focus on the listening part and the way I'm approaching the questions, right? All this stuff, all the materials, everything will be provided to you, nothing to worry. So let's move to the another question, and from this question we all are going to make a deep dive in the mechanics part, the area which always creates lots of vibrations, isn't it, during your learning? Am I right? Yes. But believe you me, after solving this set of questions, all of you are going to have an amazing clarity in this particular concept. And as a science teacher, I always strongly believe that clarity is directly proportional to confidence. Yes? So believe you me, after solving this set of questions, your confidence is gonna be at next level, right? So let's start. A bird flies for 4 seconds with a velocity t minus 2 meter per second in a straight line where t is given in second. We need to find displacement and distance covered by the bird, right? When we see such kind of layman questions where a function of velocity in terms of time is given and somebody has asked to calculate distance and displacement, we'll hunt such questions like anything. And 90% people, the way they are going to approach in this question would be basically based on the algebra. Yes or no? See, when you are writing the exams like JEE and there is a question which has given a relation of V versus T, and they have asked you to calculate distance and displacement, believe you me, you will be the happiest person on the planet. Yes or no? You know why? Sir, velocity is given in terms of t, and they are asking to calculate distance and displacement. This is the easiest thing which I can do. Yes, but let's try that. Okay, so I'm going ahead, whatever you are saying. So you are saying, sir, let's go ahead with our traditional method. So traditional method says the velocity is given as t minus 2 meter per second. All right. Okay. We have been asked to calculate displacement, right? So whenever we calculate displacement, it is irrespective to the path what an object has followed. We should not be concerned about it at all. What we should be concerned? From where the motion has begun and where it is getting end up. Am I clear? Yes? Absolutely. This lecture would be more than sufficient for JEE, especially from the revision point of view. Whatever you have learned in the previous months, that will certainly help you. But this is this set of questions which will take your level to the next level and will give you a feel factor that my class 11th and 12th revision is over. And I believe and I'm sure that this is the moment, this is the feel factor which you people are looking for. Yes? Great. So V is given t minus 2 meter per second in a straight line. Okay. So as I mentioned, displacement has nothing to do the kind of path the motion is following. So to calculate displacement, we should be more concerned about the initial and final stage. So V can be written as ds by dt. Yes. So ds would be t minus 2 into dt, right? 0 to s and 0 to t, and we should be concerned about the total time of the journey, right? 0 to 4, right? Substitute the values and tell me what is the answer you are getting. Quick. So s would be t square by 2 minus 2t, limit 0 to 4. So 4, 16 divided by 2, 8 minus 4 to ja 8. And 4 to ja 8 means 8, 8, 8. Are yes or no? 4 to ja 8. Yeah? 1 to ka 4, 4 to ka 1. S is equal to 0 meter. So displacement is how much? 0, 0, and 0. How many of you got the same answer? Displacement is 0. Quick, in the chat box. Quick, quick. Okay. Acha. Nice. Now, we need to find the distance, right? And distance is what? Total length of the path. Length of the path. Great. But when I say the term path, we should be concerned how the nature of motion is happening, right? Okay. So when we calculate distance, so distance would be, if you see the function, so function is v is equal to mod t minus 2 meter per second, right? You can see at t is equal to 2 seconds. I'm just trying to generalize the motion. At t is equal to 2 seconds, what is the velocity? It is 0. It means there was an object, that is bird over here, having a velocity t minus 2 meter per second in a straight line where t is in second, and what we can see at t is equal to 2 seconds, the velocity of the bird is 0. Just try to visualize this motion. A bird is flying with a certain component of velocity, and at t is equal to 2 seconds, the velocity of the bird is 0. So from that point, there are two possibilities. One, either the bird may change the direction of motion if the bird needs to continue the motion, right? If the object is in the influence of such a motion where the object is again supposed to follow the path or supposed to follow the motion, the direction of motion will get changed, or the bird may stay there permanently at rest. Only two possibilities, yes. And why I'm discussing these two possibility? Reason being, they are asking at 4 seconds. So I should be very much curious what is happening between 2 to 4. So 0 to 2, so I can understand the nature of motion, but I don't know what is happening between 2 to 4. So that is the reason the moment we calculate distance, we should be really concerned about it. So distance would be mode of, so 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, t minus 2, 0 to 2, t minus 2 dt, plus mode 2 to 4, t minus 2 dt. Isn't it? This is how we are going to write distance, right? Because 0 to 2, the direction of motion is something different, and 2 to 4, it is something different. So this is gonna be mode. So if we write the function, so I can solve it directly, t square by 2 minus 2t, right? 0 to 2 plus mode t square by 2 minus 2t, and limit would be 2 to 4. I hope it is clear, right? Okay, Bharat. So let's see first, and then we'll see, right? So substitute the values. So 2 to the 4 divided by 2, 2 minus 2 to the 4. First element plus 16 divided by 2, 8 minus 8. So first parameter becomes 0, right? So I'm skipping some of these steps. I'm substituting the upper limit. 16 divided by 2, 8 minus 4 to the 8, and 8 minus is again 0, minus 2 to the 4. So minus 4 divided by 2, 2 minus 2 to the 4. Is it clear to everyone? I'm just substituting the limits, no rocket science, right? So the distance is gonna be minus 2 plus 2 minus 2 minus 2, it is gonna be 2. So what is the distance? 4 meters. So the displacement of this bird is 0 meter at the end of 4 seconds. And what is the distance? 4 meter. Tell me how many of you got the answer? 0 and 4, 0 and 4, 0 and 4. Okay, great. All right. This is the typical and traditional method which most of you will follow. But you know, as JEE or any examination has a beautiful, you know, contribution of time management skill as well. And that is the area where your vast understanding and the way you play with the concept, that attitude will really work. For a moment, just try to visualize this entire motion with the help of graph, right? V is equal to t minus 2. If you compare this graph with a standard graph, this will give you a straight line feelings, yes or no? This whole discussion, if by mistake the concept of graphs got clicked in your mind in the exam, you can very well destroy this question just in 10 seconds. Yes, you heard it right. If by mistake the concept of graphical knowledge got hits into your mind, you can do this question within 10 seconds, right? You see, V is equal to t minus 2. So can you tell me quickly how the graph of V, when I say V, let me be very precise, velocity and time, how the graph is gonna be? Yes, anyone? Absolutely, the graph is gonna be like this. At t is equal to 2 seconds, velocity is gonna be 0, and at t is equal to 0, velocity is gonna be minus 2, and at t is equal to 4, again the velocity is gonna be 2. Straightforward, based on the graphical knowledge. And you know VT graph, and if you wanted to calculate displacement, area under, by giving a complete respect whether it's a scalar or vector quantity. Yes, so this would be minus, this would be plus, and I think both are identical, 0 to 2, 2 to 4, extreme and minima are minus 2 to 2. So area under will be how much? Tell me. Area under 0, and area under of VT graph gives you what? Displacement. Area under VT graphs gives you displacement. Any doubt over here? minus 2, minus segment, this is plus segment. When you calculate the area under, this would be cancelling each other and displacement would be 0. Is it clear? Great. Now let's calculate the distance, right? So to calculate distance, I'll convert this graph into mode, right? Speed versus t, and the graph looks like this. Yes or no? I hope all of you have the fair understanding of the graphical representation. To draw the graph, the first and foremost thing what you need to understand, what is the nature of the given function? Nature of given function. And what is the given function here? The given function is v is equal to t minus 2. It looks very close to a straight line with a negative intercept, with a slope of minus 2 and intercept of minus 2 and slope of 1, right? Positive slope. So this is how the magnitude is gonna be. So this area plus this area, this remains 2, this remains 4, this remains 0, and maxima remains 2. 1 by 2 base into height. So this area under Vt gives 2, and this also gives you 2. And the total area would be how much? 4 meter. Isn't it? So this is how you can use wisely the concept of graphical understanding wherever you see the question related to non-uniformly accelerated motion. So in kinematics, majorly you will find 4 varieties of question. One, uniformly accelerated motion, where there will be giving some data and they'll ask you to play along with the equation of motions. The second category would be non-uniformly accelerated motion, where you can expect such kind of emotions, and before you put your emotion in the question paper as an answer, try to see the alternate, isn't it? And the third possible questions are the problems based on maxima and minima, right? So that also we'll discuss. And the fourth category is an exclusive coverage of kinematics through graph. So this is a very important aspect. I believe you should learn both of the methods. You should know this method as well, that how traditionally we approach from velocity to displacement and distance. But only one thing which I have given in this question is the nature of the function. Had it been a function of no modulus, so function will not vary with time. Yes or no? So the life would be easy. But you know, when you write the exam, sometimes life becomes tough. And the reason behind the toughness comes such category of questions, isn't it? I wish that you should not face all these things, but a part of process, a part of syllabus, can't be ignored. But second smart method, what I'm telling you, you can follow the graphical aspect as well, right? So I believe this question is very clear. Great. Let's move to the next question. Okay, tell me in this question, which is your favorable method now? Earlier, which was the method you were supposed to follow? And after listening this explanation, which method you will follow hereafter now? Quickly. Let me see who has changed their approach after listening this question, after listening this explanation. I'll keep asking lot of questions in between. So make sure you people are spending some time to write. Okay? Graphical. Chalo, great. Okay, next question. Acha, one thing you will notice that in some of my question I have hidden the options, because some of the people, the moment they'll read this question, and since they could be lacking with time, and to answer it and to be very active on the chat, they may try this method as well. But you know, in examination, especially in examination, this method doesn't work, isn't it? So for that understanding, I'm not giving you options at moment. I want you to explore this. I want you to write these steps and then reach at the final answer. Okay? So next question is also very interesting. Every question, I'll make sure it is a value addition in your learning, right? Either it is first question, I have given you 2 prospects, 2 possibilities to think around it. Let's talk this question as well. So this question says, a man is 9 meters behind the door of a train. When it start moving with acceleration 2 meters per second square, the man runs at full speed. How far does he has to run, and after what time does he get into the train? What is his full speed? So like there are some people who are joining this session now, they are late. The same way one person is showing his behavior over here, isn't it? Reason could be anything, but generally the person is late now. But he need to attend his work, so need to catch the train. But unfortunately, the moment he started running, train has also started accelerating. All the question which I will be discussing today will be very close to your practical learnings, so that you are not only writing these steps. You see, in this question, I have hardly given you any data except 2 meter per second square. So these are the questions which will push you to think around, right? And these are the questions which will take lot of your understanding at one place and will give you a good learning. So a man is 9 meters behind. We have gone through this question. Let's analyze it now. So think practically. Imagine I am the person, and from this stage, let me take, this is the last edge of the train, and this is the person. Let's say I am standing here, right? You want me to run? No? No problem. I won't run. I am exactly 9 meters behind the train. So I know the train has started. So will I do calculation ki nahi yaar, let me run slowly and I'll see how the behavior of train would be. If train accelerate, I'll also run. This is one personality. Second personality, the train is about to leave. It has already started. Let me not do any calculation. Let me run like anything and let me get inside the train. Isn't it? So I believe the second possibility will be the possibility you are thinking around. Yeah, you need to catch the train, right? You can't think over here, ki let me accelerate first, then I'll see, and then I'll catch the train. No, because train is under acceleration. Within a given amount of time, it will attain a maximum speed. Yes. So why I'm telling you this thing? Because from the beginning, from the starting point, a person needs to run with full speed. Is it clear? This is one thing which I want you to keep in mind. A person has to run with full speed. Okay? All right. Second thing. Now let's try to convert this data into some mathematical aspect so that you can figure out which equation will be correlated. So imagine this is the 9 meter distance and train start accelerating with a constant acceleration 2 meter per second square. So at any point of time, the train will be traveling at any point of time, at any time, distance traveled by the train. I'm not disturbing this 9 meter right now. I'm just seeing the motion of the train. Will be ut plus half at square. Again, I'm saying you have to be very, very attentive while listening what I'm talking about. S is equal to ut plus half at square, and I'm saying distance traveled by the train. Is it correct? Yes? S, is it distance or displacement here? Yes, it is actually displacement, but now I can request, gentlemen, can you help me to calculate distance as well? And my request has been accepted. You know why? Because the direction of motion might not get changed, at least till the time I'll get into the train. Isn't it? You might be thinking about a very funny situation where you are thinking, sir, train might take turn. Yes, but will you run behind the train for such a long distance where train will take turn? I think no. Yes. So till the time person gets into the train, it won't change the direction. Yes or no? So that's the reason I'm confident the direction of motion for this given data set will not be changed. Yes? Great. So S is equal to ut plus half at square, and I can use it for the distance as well. It starts with a constant acceleration, so this term would be 0. So half A is 2 into t square. So this became t square S. Equation number 1. ठीक है बच्चा? All right. Now let me frame some more equations. Look, this is the distance traveled by the train itself. Now understand, combine both the things. If a person is running with a full speed v and wants to catch the train, logically, distance traveled by the person, ensuring person runs with full speed, should be equal to total distance traveled by train. Total distance traveled by train. Is it clear? Think logically. Take some time, and in case you have any doubt in this line, do let me know. Distance traveled by the person should be equal to distance traveled by the train. When both will match, then only person will get into the train, na? Yes or no? So distance traveled by the person, how much this would be? Vt, because person is traveling with full speed. 9 meter is something what person has to travel by all cost. The separation between them, 9 meter. Yes. And plus further distance traveled by the train in this period, that is half at square. If both are equals, they'll meet. Person will be in a position to catch the train. So let's solve it. So Vt equal to 9 plus a is 2, 2 cancelled out, t square. So this would be t square minus Vt plus 9 equals to 0. Oh my God. What? Were you expecting that we'll get answer? Yeah? But what did we get? A complex equation, which you really don't like. That to quadratic equation. That to with 2 unknown. Yes. Now we are at a stage where we don't know exactly what to do. Anyone can give me the hint? Anyone? How to proceed further? I hope till this time the explanation is clear to all of you. I have just tried to visualize this motion first. Distance traveled by the person has to be equal to the distance traveled by the train. So the distance traveled by the person, Vt, has to be equal to 9 plus 80 square. But now I am stuck at a position where I am having 2 unknown and a quadratic equation. Let me call someone who is expert at mathematics. Who is the person who is expert at mathematics in this session? Anyone? Anyone? All right, no problem. Physicist hardly seeks help from someone. Yeah? Good. T square minus Vt plus 9 equals to 0. Let's take it further. You know, t has to be a real function. Yes or no? T has to be a real function. We are talking about the time, right? And for the real function, you know, the condition is b square minus 4ac should be greater than equal to 0. Yes? Basic understanding. b square minus 4ac should be greater than equal to 0. Okay, bacha? So you can write over here t square minus Vt plus 9. Done hai na? So far, any doubt? Anyone? 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 No? Okay. So let's solve this equation for t. So the roots of this equation would be minus b, that is v, plus minus b square minus 4ac. A is 1 and c is 9. So 36 divided by 2a. And t has to be a real function, and for that b square minus 4ac has to be greater than equal to 0. So v square minus 36 has to be greater than equal to 0. So v square, v greater than equal to 6 meter per second. So minimum, the required one has to be 6 meter per second. Is it clear? This is something which that person has to attain to catch the train. Any doubt so far? So 6 meter per second is enough to pick the train. ठीक है? So we are done with one aspect. After what time does he get into the train and what is his full speed? So speed part is done. Now we need to calculate the time. Okay, what we need to calculate? Time. So we have an equation of time and we can substitute the value. So t square minus vt, that is 60 plus 9 equals to 0. And this is nothing but t minus 3 whole square equals to 0. So t is equal to 3 seconds. Done? Done or done? Yes? Any doubt? So 3 seconds, the person will catch the train. Okay? Done? All right. So this is how we have approached. I'm trying to give you the possible visualization so that you can correlate and you can understand. So 6 and 3 seconds. Let's move further. Okay. So the next question. A balloon starts ascending at a constant acceleration of 2 meters per second square. See, I have seen a good categories of students, a good number of students, where imagine this is the question which pops up in the actual exam. Just imagine. So we are reading the question, a balloon start reading at a constant acceleration of 2 meters per second square when it was a height of 100 meters from the ground. The food packet dropped from the balloon. After how much time and with what velocity does it reach the ground? Right? What happened? So many things. What will you do? You'll read again? Come on. A balloon starts ascending at a constant rate acceleration, this and all, and this story keeps going on. The one thing which you need to adopt is to know how to read the question. There is a full stop. Give a stop in your reading. A balloon start ascending at a constant acceleration. Write the data. Constant acceleration, 2 meters per second square. When it was at a height, so they want you to draw it something. They want you to, visualize it. So let's do that as well. This is the balloon. And it is at 100 meter height. And this is where this whole nonsense is happening. Yes, let's see that. When it was at a height of 100 meter from the ground, and it is ascending up with a constant acceleration 2 meters per second square, a food packet is dropped off. And this is the place where most of you will have versatile thinking. Some of you will think, okay, imagine I am in a parachute at a certain height and I have dropped something. It will come vertically down. Or one learner at moment could think, I am in a frame which is moving vertically up. Since I am a part of that particular frame, and the moment I have thrown something, that something also belongs to that frame. What something over here is? Food packet. So this food packet is a part of this balloon. So logically, due to inertia, it will go up first and then it will come down. Yes or no? Tell me honestly, how many of you are thinking with the method one what I am talking? That sir, we have dropped something and somebody has taught us drop means like this. Huh? Or maybe some of you are thinking that due to inertia, it will go up first and then it will come down. Tell me how many of you are thinking method, first method or second method? Yes? Say, bacha. All right. Great. So let's visualize with both of the methods. Very interesting question, right? So first, what I'm trying, I'm following inertia. Okay? So due to inertia, let's say this is the food packet. It has been detached at this point of time. So technically, due to inertia, it will go up first. Now this is not a part of balloon at all. And if somebody asks you, what will be the initial velocity of this food packet. So the initial velocity of this food packet will be same as of balloon at that point of time. Is it clear? Good. So first of all, we should be very much concerned about finding the velocity of balloon. Velocity of balloon. Done? Right? Let's do that. So we are being given a height. We have an acceleration, right? So height is given. Initial velocity, constant acceleration. So constant acceleration means u has to be 0. And velocity we can find out. So v square is equal to u square minus 2gh. Let's not be very much concerned at moment about the sign convention at all, right? We'll handle it. So v square is 2. G is how much? G is a. And a is how much? 2. And h 100. Right? So v would be how much? 20 meter per second. So what is the velocity of balloon at that point of time? 20 meter per second. So can I say velocity of food packet is 20 meter per second vertically up? Can I say this? Good. So now forgot about the balloon. Let's focus on the motion of the food packet. So imagine a fresh motion where a food packet is being projected vertically up with a velocity of 20 meters per second. It will go up. Since gravity is working against this, so the motion will be retarded. It will attain the maximum height and then it will come down. Yes? I think this is how you are also visualizing this motion. Okay? Great. So I hope you understood the way I have split this question, right? So now I am having an exclusive focus on the motion of the food packet. So at this point of time, the velocity is gonna be 0. I'm talking about the food packet. So let's visualize this. So we don't know exactly how much height it is and how much time it will take. So both are unknown. We can easily calculate. So v is 0, u is 20. Now it is under gravity into t. So 20 is the initial velocity. G is 10 into t1, the first motion. So t1 is how much? 2 seconds. It means the food packet will take 2 seconds to reach the highest point. Clear? Now let's calculate the height as well. So final velocity 0, initial velocity 20 square minus 2gh. So h would be 400 divided by 20. So this would be 20 meter. Is it clear? Yes. So it will reach at 20 meter height and will come to at rest. So upward journey is done. Now imagine the final journey. So final journey will be the food packet will start the second trip and will cover 120 meter in one go. Yes. So we can look after for the second motion. Since we need to calculate after how much time and with what velocity it will reach. So I am first calculating the time. So first time, the total time to reach the ground will be time taken from this point to the highest point, that is t1. And the time taken from this point of releasing till the point it strike the ground. Let me take this time as t2. So the final answer is going to be t1 plus t2. Now I am calculating t2. And t2 motion is very simple. You need to calculate as how much? 120 meter ut plus half t square. Isn't it? So 120 ut is 0, t 10, 5, t square. So t square will be 24. So t would be root 24 second. Okay, bacha? And this is nothing but t2. So we got t1, we got t2. So total time it will take to reach the ground will be t1 plus t2. And that is nothing but 2 plus root 24 second. And this is the time which they are asking. I hope it is clear to everyone. Anyone? Any doubt? So I have splitted this motion considering the logic of inertia, where I am assuming that first it will go up, will reach the maximum height, and will travel the next remaining part of the journey. This is how we have calculated. Anyone? Any doubt? Anyone? Quick? Anyone? Okay. Now we are supposed to calculate velocity by which it strikes the ground. So we have the 120 meters. So let's take this as complete trip. So v square is equal to u square, that is nothing but 0, plus 2g is 10 and h is 120. So v square would be 240, 2400, isn't it? So v would be 2400 meter per second. 2gh. Okay? Anyone? 2gh. So g will be 10, h will be 120. Can solve it. This will come like. Okay, bacha? So this is one method to visualize this. Now, 1% of student might think, sir, I don't want to get into all this bigger process that first let the food packet go up, let it reach at the highest point, and then let it follow the another journey. Is there any alternate which is possible? Anyone can put your thought in the chat box? Anyone? Okay, great. You are having lots of fun. I thought I'm teaching you physics. That could create fun. If this is the way you are thinking, I appreciate that. Great. Thank you so much. Yes. Any other aspect to deal with this question? Anyone? Anyone? Any other aspect to deal with this question? All right, no problem. Let's take another method. Okay? And what I'll do, I'll just add the page and we'll visualize the same motion. Look. This is the balloon. This balloon was captured when it was at 100-meter height from the ground. It was ascending up with a constant acceleration 2 meters per second square. And now we have dropped a food packet. Okay? Okay. We know I'm writing two statements. Just say whether it is true or false. A particle can have two velocity at a given height. A particle can have two velocity at a given height. Is it true or false? Yes? Is it true or false? A particle can have two velocity at a given height. It is absolutely true. Why? You think from equation point of view. V square is equal to u square plus 2gh. Let's say particle is under the influence of a constant acceleration. So v square would be 2gh. So v would be plus minus root 2gh, isn't it? So at a given height, a particle will have both of the component of its velocity. One is vertically up, second is vertically down. And the same logic which I am going to use this in this question. And if you follow this logic, you not need to do all this. You not need to do all this, right? You can directly move to this particular approach, right? So let's do that. So we have already calculated what is the velocity of balloon at a given height, 100 meter. How much it was? You can see over here. What was the velocity of the balloon? 20 meter per second, right? 20 meter per second. So I can say at this point of time, 20 meter per second vertically up and 20 meter per second vertically down. Okay? A particle can have two component of velocity at a given height. So instead of following this, that you go up and come down, what if I throw a particle directly from this velocity vertically down? Is the approach remain same? Absolutely yes. So what I'm saying, see, imagine you are in a bus and your next stop where you need to, you know, get down, it's very close. So the moment you get down from the bus, is it like you will run little bit in the direction of bus, or you will just get down and take a turn? It's not possible. Yes or no? It's not possible. You need to go first in the direction of motion of bus for a timing, because you were a part of that frame which was in motion, isn't it? So you are detaching yourself from that frame. So the initial parameter of your velocity and every component of motion will be same as of that frame. Once you get detached, then you are under the influence of nature. And that could be gravity here. Yes or no? But what I'm saying, think technically. Instead of going forward, I'm not saying that you do it. It won't work in real life. Don't do it. Isn't it? Yes. Otherwise, you need assistance. Lots of people would be required over there. So what I'm saying, from the practical point of view, what if I say you detach from this frame and attain same velocity but in just opposite direction? And this is the same approach which I'm going to use. So what I'm saying, instead of saying this, let's throw a particle, a food packet, from 20 meter per second vertically down. And I believe none of you are having any confusion in the sign convention. That should be take minus 20 or G plus or G minus, whatsoever it is. I believe that aspect is very clear to you, right? So I'm saying 100 is equal to minus 20t plus half dt square, isn't it? So 100 is equal to minus 20t plus 5t square. So 5t square minus 20t minus 100 equals to 0. And now I am going to do a rocket science. Would you like to see that rocket science? The rocket science would be, I'll divide this equation by 5. Yes, what I'll do? I'll divide this equation with 5, and the new equation would be t square minus 4t minus 20 equals to 0. And this is the quadratic equation in time. One unknown, you can solve it. Okay? So you will be leading with the same explanation, that is 2 plus root 24. So this is one way how do you proceed with this question, and this is another aspect which I have explained. If any doubt, do let me know. T square minus 4t minus 20, very good, superb. So you can solve this equation, you will be landing at the same answer. Are we done? Yes, great. Let's move further. All right. A car accelerates from the rest at a constant rate alpha, for some time, after which it decelerates at a constant rate beta to comes to rest. Very important. If the total time elapsed in t second, then calculate maximum velocity attained by the car, the total displacement traveled by the car in terms of alpha, beta and t. Yes, great. This is a very standard question. And I believe this question have been asked minimum 3 to 4 times in JEE by framing this question in different ways. But approach remains same, right? What approach I'll do so that it becomes easy for you. A car accelerates from a constant rate alpha. So here again I'll use the logic of graphs. So let's do it. Let me draw velocity versus time graph. A car accelerates from rest at a constant rate alpha. So constant rate alpha, velocity, acceleration and time. What is the best suitable equation? V is equal to u plus at. Yes or no? Yes? See, as I told you, if you wanted to draw a graph, you should know what is the function, how the function looks like. V is equal to u plus at. So A is given here, alpha, u is 0. So the graph will be straight line with a positive slope. And this is alpha. It will attain a maximum speed or velocity during the motion, whatever you say, at one point of time. And now the retardation will start. But the nature of retardation remains same, that is constant beta. So this will come like this, and this value is beta. So total time of the journey is t. Let me take this as t1. This is the origin. Any doubt for anyone so far? Yes, anyone? Any doubt? Hope the graph is clear. Now nothing is left. We have to just do the formality and to get the answer, right? So you can write from this graph, the slope is alpha. Slope is nothing but alpha, and slope also can be written as perpendicular upon base or tan theta. You can write it as tan theta, right? Perpendicular, that is V max. And what is the time taken in this journey? T1. So V max would be alpha T1, equation number 1. Clear? Great. Now let's do the same thing for the second equation. So what will be the slope for this? Again, beta, perpendicular upon base. So I can write beta as again V max. Total time is t, this is t1, so the remaining time would be t minus t1. So V max would be beta t minus t1. Okay, bacha? So since the V max remains same, we can correlate alpha t1 is equal to beta t minus beta t1. So t would be how much? T would be, tell me, alpha t1 plus beta t1. So instead of t1, let's calculate, instead of t, let's calculate t1. So t1 would be, because t is known, so t1 would be beta t divided by alpha plus beta. So we got the first interval of the time, and to calculate V max, we need to just multiply it by alpha, because V max is alpha t1. So this would be alpha beta t divided by alpha plus beta. And this is the equation which I would strongly recommend even to keep in your mind. Very simple to memorize. In this effective motion, since it starts from rest, so the velocity in terms of t would be how much all the time? V is equal to at. Are yes or no? V is equal to at. But a has to be the effective acceleration. A has to be the effective acceleration. And by seeing this value, we can write effective acceleration how much? Alpha beta upon alpha plus beta. You can easily memorize it. V is equal to at. A is effective, and effective is alpha beta upon alpha plus beta. And by doing so, you can directly get the further part of this question. What are they asking? Displacement. And again, the formula of displacement remains S is equal to ut plus half at square. Either you use this, and a has to be used as effective acceleration, right? So I can write directly half and alpha beta upon alpha plus beta into t square. Either you do this, or you have velocity versus time graph. So what you can do? You can calculate area under. So area under VT graph gives you what? Area under VT graphs gives you what? Yes, distance. Yes. If I'm not concerned about the direction of motion, it will give you distance. Yes. So you can try this method as well. Is it clear? So first what I have done, I have calculated the slope, that is V max upon T1, and then I have used the another slope diagram, and that is how I have correlated. Very standard question, very important question, has been asked multiple times in different formats, but this is how you need to approach this. Any doubt, anyone? Quick, anyone? Great. All right, let's move to the next question. Okay. It is saying a particle moves in XY plane. All right, let's welcome motion in a plane. Yes, so far you were dealing with a car accelerate, a bus accelerate, a person is trying to catch the, train and all that, right? Where I and j are the unit vectors, a and b are constant. At the initial moment of time, the particle was located at this point. So they have given you that at t is equal to 0, where the particle would be. Okay, the equation of particle trajectory First of all, you need to find this, and then curvature. This is interesting. Curvature, radius of trajectory as a function of x. Okay, we'll see. All right. See, this is a very general equation which they have given. So let me first narrate this equation only. So velocity they have given a I cap plus bx j cap. Correct? If I compare this equation with a standard equation, so this would be Vx I cap plus Vy j cap. If you compare it, the components, so Vx would be A. Seems to be constant because they have already given A is constant. And Vy is nothing but Vx, which is a function of x. We need to play around it. If a particle, see, this is a very important set of data. It will actually help you to understand the nature of motion. Imagine there is a motion where a particle is having constant velocity in one direction and accelerated or variable velocity in another direction. Do you think this is the minimum requirements for a particle to be in a plane? Yes. Do you think this is the minimum condition for a particle to pursue a motion in a plane? That in one direction velocity has to be constant and in another direction it has to have an acceleration. If you are not clear, let's come in flashback. So now we are in flashback. We forgot everything and let's see what data I am talking about. Imagine I am talking about three conditions. Imagine a particle is being projected in a way that it has ux and uy. Okay, bacha? A particle is projected in a way that it has both the component of velocity and both are constant. Both are constant. This is a very important explanation. It will help you to narrate this equation. A particle is being projected in a way that it has ux and uy, and the given condition is ux and uy both are constant. See, these are the given parameter, na? You can play around with velocity, acceleration. These are inputs. You can define the nature of motion, right? So ux equal to uy equal to constant. So at a time, what will be the distance traveled? Let me take this as angle theta. So at a time, the distance traveled in x direction will be ux into t, and the distance traveled in y direction would be uy into t. Yes or no? So to understand the path followed by the particle, if I divide both, y by x equal to uy by ux. Yes? Or you can, because at a time I am talking, so from this equation, instead of doing this step, because that is already known to us, I'll calculate t over here, and t would be how much? X upon ux, and let's substitute here. So y would be uy multiplied by x upon ux. So y would be how much? Uy upon ux multiplied by x. And this is nothing but y is equal to mx. This is nothing but y is equal to mx. Straight line. So imagine if a particle is being given such inputs where it has constant velocity in both of the direction, the path followed by the particle is gonna be straight line. Music. Clear, sir? Nice teaching. Okay, let's focus on the question, right? And y is equal to, so what I'm saying, if a particle has given velocity in such pair where ux and uy both are constant, the path followed by the particle will be straight line. But the given condition in this question is something different. Can we play around these velocities? We can do that. What we can do? Let's see the possibility number 2. Possibility 2 says, this time let's play with the acceleration. Ax, ay, and both are constant. Yes. So let's see the distance traveled by the particle in x direction. Half ax t square. Distance traveled by the particle in y direction. Half ay t square. And t square from this equation, t square would be how much? 2x upon ax. Let's substitute here. Y is equal to half ay into 2x upon ax. 2 gets cancelled out. So y is nothing but ay upon ax into x. Oh my god. I was very excited this time that I am playing with acceleration, but where I landed? Nature of motion remains same. So if a particle is being projected in a way where it persists constant acceleration in both of the direction, the path followed by the particle would be straight line, not matching with the given condition. What else? What else can be the third possibility? What else can be the third possibility? So in this question, what I'm saying, I'm just trying to visualize what can be the possibilities to visualize the equation of path, right? First possibility, I have projected a particle in a way where it has constant velocity in both of the directions, but I landed with the equation y is equal to mx, m into x, means a straight line. So I can say if a particle is pursuing this kind of component, the path followed by the particle will be straight line. Second possibility is, let's play with the acceleration now. I have given some inputs in a way where it has constant acceleration in both of the direction, and I have narrated again the coordination of x and y in terms of t, but I landed at the same equation. It means if a particle is projected with a constant acceleration component in both of the direction, again path followed by the particle will be straight line. Let's see what can be the third case. Tell me quickly. We are left with one more possibility. Possibility number 2, possibility number 1. One more possibility. Let's see that. Where in one direction velocity is constant, another direction acceleration is. These are the only 3 possibilities, na yaar. You keep 2 constant or you keep 1 constant, 1 variable. Yes or no? Simple logic. So x would be how much, bacha? Ux into t. So t would be x upon ux at a time, and it start with a constant acceleration. So s will be half ay t square. Okay? Let me write it over here. So s is equal to half into ay, and t how much? X square upon ux. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Is it a straight line? No, it's a parabola. Why I have given you all this flashback? So that you understand, because when we talk about motion in a plane, we always look for the question of a projectile, right? Or projectile on an inclined plane, from ground to height, height to ground, projectile to projectile. We generally talks in this permutation combination. Based on the JEE analysis, if you see, there are good set of questions which are very generic question and will test your fundamental knowledge in motion in a plane. So you should know how to play with this possibility also. So ux is a, uy b. You can at least correlate that, sir, this is gonna be motion in a plane. Yes or no? Okay, let's proceed with the question now. So uy is bx. I can write it as dy by dt is nothing but bx, and this is nothing but dy by dt is b, and x how much? So from this, what will be the distance traveled by the particle in x direction? X is equal to ux into t, and that is nothing but at. Okay, bacha? Since in x direction velocity is constant, so the distance traveled by the particle will be ut, and that become at. Correct? Okay, so dy by dt is bx and x is at. Good. Let's proceed further. So I can narrate it over here. Dy is equal to how much? So at ab into t into dt. So what I have done? X is equal to, like, this is velocity, right? X by t. X will be ut, u is a, so x component is at, vy is this, bx, dy by dt is equal to bx. So dy by dt, b is, x is at, and that is what I am substituting, right? So integration, so y would be ab into t square by 2. Okay? And t can be x by a. So y is equal to ab into x square by 2a square. ठीक है? So the y would be 1 upon 2 b by a into x square. I think this is the equation which they are looking for. Yes or no? Yes? Equation of the particle of the trajectory. Now second, they are asking curvature radius of trajectory. See, when we talk about radius of curvature, so I'll add one page here and I'll brief you how to calculate radius of curvature. Radius of curvature. See, this is not the topic which you need to be very much concerned, but you should know that how to calculate radius of curvature. So in radius of curvature, there will be two possibility of question. One, the nature of motion will be known to you. When I say nature of motion, I mean to say, they'll tell you a particle is projected with a certain velocity u in a projectile motion. Calculate radius of curvature at the point of projection, at the maxima point, or during any general point during the motion. That means nature of motion, you don't need to fight that how the path followed by the particle is gonna be. So this is a very simple thing. Suppose over here they're asking what is the radius of curvature at the point of projection. So the path followed by the particle will be somewhere like this, and this will have a hypothetical circle somewhere here. Yes? So there will be always an acceleration towards the center, normal. Yes or no? So an is equal to v square by r, and r is nothing but radius of curvature. You can consider the gravity, take the component, and you can write the radius of curvature. So this is one way. Second thing, when equation of motion is given, equation of motion is given, and you have generalized that the motion is in plane. Clear? Motion is in plane. So you can use 1 upon r is equal to d square y upon dx square whole divided by 1 plus dy by dx square power 3 by 2. You don't need to be concerned how did we reach this formula. It's very simple. You can take an element, a projectile motion, hypothetical center somewhere here, take a small element, make a small displacement in an angle theta, this one, draw the tangent. It's pure mathematical stuff, nothing else. Let's say it has taken a turn d theta. So since this element is very small, so I can use the property of triangle over here. So this is ds, this is dy, this is dx. So I can write ds is nothing but square root of dx square plus dy whole square, equation number 1, pure mathematical stuff. Second, ds is nothing but d theta is ds upon r. So ds will be r d theta, equation number 2, and 1 you can narrate from here. Let's say this is theta. If this is theta, right? So tan theta would be dy by dx. You can solve this equation in terms of dy by dx and r. This is where you will be landing. So equation of motion is given to us. What is the equation of motion? Y is equal to b by 2a into x square. So equation of motion is y is equal to b by 2a into x square. Now there is no much physics involved in this. Calculating radius of curvature is purely a stuff, mathematical stuff. Logic I have told you. If you are interested, you can do the derivation. You can differentiate it, dy by dx, double differentiate is d square y upon dx square. If you wish, I can do it on your behalf, and dy by dx would be nothing but b upon 2a into 2x. So this is nothing but dx upon a, and the double derivative d square y upon dx square would be nothing but b by a. Substitute these two values over here, and that is how you will be calculating, you will be getting the radius of curvature. Is it clear to everyone? So I am trying to take the questions which are not only helping you that how to visualize it, rather I am also making you understand what is the concept lying behind it. Any doubt, anyone? Any doubt? All right. So let's move to the next question. The next question is waiting for us. A hunter aims his gun and fires a bullet directly at a monkey on a tree. At the instant of bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, the monkey drops. Will the bullet hit the monkey? Yes. Now let's switch the personality and try to visualize this question as a hunter, or on a kindness note, try to see it as a monkey, right? Both ways we need to see. All right, no problem. Imagine this is the point where monkey is sitting. The interesting part in this question is there is no data. So some of you might think how to start. Yes, some of you might think how to start. No problem. So imagine monkey is sitting over here, and this is the area where someone is aiming the target. Okay, let me take this angle as theta. So you know, once the bullet leaves the barrel, the gravity will act on it, and the motion is somewhere gonna be like this. Yes or no? But unfortunately, due to this fear, due to this sound, monkey also drops. Had it been a case where monkey would have been seated on the same place, monkey could have been absolutely safe. Yes or no? We are letting gravity affect the motion, right? So the distance and all the parameters are arranged in a way that we are letting gravity to affect the motion. You cannot think, yes sir, no, not possible. Hai na? So then there is no crux in this question, right? So we are letting gravity to act on this, and that's how it is happening. Okay? So let's narrate it. So this is theta, this is ux, nothing is known to us. This is uy. Let me take this as M point, this is O point, this is P point, this is A point, whatever you want. So let's visualize it first, right? Free space, free space. Okay. So let's see the motion of the bullet first. What I'm going to learn first? Motion of the bullet. Okay. This is first thing which I will be talking. Motion of the bullet. Okay. Let's see. You can see directly there is a displacement. Bullet was supposed to hit at this point, but due to gravity, it is leaving at this point. It means this is the vertical displacement. Okay. You can write from this diagram that this value, let me take this as y, and the total is h. Anyway, all are unknown, right? All are unknown. So you can assume all the parameters, nothing to worry. Okay, na? Okay? Any doubt for anyone so far? All okay? Great. So if you calculate this y will be how much? Uy into t minus half gt square. ठीक है ना बच्चा? So y will be, uy is what? U sin theta into t minus half gt square. We need to play with the data. The logic may take little bit time to visualize how this motion is happening. Now I'm just playing mathematically in this question. Okay? U sin theta into t. Okay. This is one thing. Let's keep this data over here. Let's think about x direction. So the distance traveled, or the component of displacement in x direction, will be ux into t at that point of time. So x will be u cos theta into t. So t would be how much? X upon u cos theta. All right. Let's substitute this value here and see how this equation looks like. So y is equal to u sin theta into t, and t is how much? X upon u cos theta minus half gt square. I'm not disturbing this factor for a moment. If you will substitute the value in this factor, again the question, the calculation may looks little bit difficult. Okay, difficult in the sense the unnecessary calculations may got complex. I'm not disturbing it right now. So y is equal to x tan theta minus half gt square. Okay na bachcha? ठीक है. If somebody asks you what is the displacement of the bullet, so if you write this triangle, so tan theta is how much? PM divided by AP. Yes, PM divided by AP. Yes or no? PM divided by AP. Now this is y is equal to x tan theta. This I have considered h minus y. That is OM, right? So you can write y is x tan theta minus half gt square. So PM is nothing but AP tan theta, and AP is how much? Y. So this become y tan theta. This is the value of PM. Now if I wanted to calculate the displacement, this value, what I need to do? I need to subtract it from h minus y. H is how much? Y tan theta. Y is how much? This. Are you getting my point? PM upon this tan theta. PM is this. This value is this, right? So this is not y AP basically. Yeah, y. This is x, right? Okay na? AP I have assumed as x. So this is x tan theta. Got it? So if I wanted to calculate the displacement of the bullet in a particular time t, so the displacement would be total minus this y, and total is what? X tan theta minus x tan theta minus half gt square. Is it clear? Yes or no? Yeah. So this is not y, this is x. Okay? X tan theta. So the displacement traveled by the bullet would be x tan theta minus of this value, and how much is this? X tan theta plus half gt square. This component get cancelled out. So I can say in a time t, how much is the displacement in the motion of, or in the path of the bullet? Half gt square. Is it clear now, everyone? What is the displacement in the path of the bullet in time t? Half gt square. Now let's talk about motion of the monkey. MOM. Since it drops, the time bullet leaves the barrel, right? So what is the displacement traveled by the monkey? Unfortunately, half gt square. So in a time t, can you say both are at the same point? In a time t, can you all say that both are at the same point? The bullet has reached at this point, and I have proved it that this exactly displacement is for the bullet, half gt square, and in the same time t, the displacement traveled or the distance traveled by the monkey is half gt square, and unfortunately both will meet, and after that we'll move to the next question. Yes, any doubt, anyone? All right, let's proceed further. A rubber ball of mass m. Now we are welcoming the another property, that is mass. So far we were talking about a particle, right? So a mass m, mass is given 50 gram, falls from a height of 1 meter. So let's visualize it. Mass 50 gram, falls from a height of 1 meter and rebounds to the height of 0.5 meter. This is 0.5 meter. Okay. Find the impulse and the average force between the ball and the ground if the time for which they were in contact is 0.1 second. 0.1 second, right? So the interaction is happening for 0.1 second, means the time interval is very less, 0.1 second. And as you must be knowing the nature of the impulse, This is the great amount of force which acts for a very, very short time. You want me to make you realize about impulse? Yeah. Imagine during your lower studies of class 7th and 8th, and you were a part of a school where if you commit a mistake, you will be giving some rewards, and that reward we are learning today in terms of impulse. A quick contact between the hand and your cheek for a very small amount of time, isn't it? And you used to realize, oh my God, what happened? Yeah, that is impulse. That is what we are learning now. Yes, great. And that is what we are supposed to calculate. Change in momentum and impulse. So let's do that. It is losing some energy. It means the nature of collision we are not interested to visualize here, but that is a sign that it is losing some part of energy. So let's start the first motion. And I would request everyone, whosoever are listening this, to respond the question what I am asking. A ball is being dropped from a certain height 1 meter and it hits the ground. A ball is being dropped. So for the initial case, for the initial stage, if I wanted to calculate the initial momentum, how much this initial momentum would be? Initial momentum. A ball is dropped. What is the initial momentum? Quick. All of you. What is the initial momentum? You don't need to calculate. What you can do, you can express your emotions here. Huh? What kind of emotions? You can say, sir, a ball is being dropped. And when the term dropped get pop up in our mind, we say initial velocity is 0. Yes or no? There is a good amount of students who write the initial momentum of this motion 0. Yes? Great. No problem. Mistakes are part of journey, not heart of journey. No problem. Initial momentum is 0. See, what does momentum means? Momentum is not simply a product of mass and velocity. Yes, if you narrate the momentum with the formula point of view, you will definitely say initial momentum is 0. But if you'll go to the actual definition of momentum, it says the measurement of motion. The measurement of motion. If you are saying momentum 0, it means there is no motion. Let the motion happens. When we calculate momentum, it's the quantity which is being counted during that interaction. Let the interaction happens, right? Don't be in hurry saying that a ball is dropped and initial momentum becomes 0. It means you are not even considering that is it a motion going on. Are you getting my point or not? Clear na? So don't say initial momentum is 0. Let the motion happens. Initial momentum. Let it hits the ground. Okay? So you know it is being dropped from rest. So V square is equal to U square plus 2GH. So V square is 2GH. So V is nothing but 20. ठीक है ना? V is nothing but root 20 meter per second. Anyone, any doubt so far? And in round off, this will come approx 4.4 meter per second. So the initial momentum is gonna be m into velocity by which it will hit the ground, and that is nothing but 4.4. Mass 0.5 in kilogram multiplied by 4.4. Any doubt so far? 0.05 because this is in gram, right? So 0. 0.05 into 4.4. Clear? I'm not concerned about the direction right now. Right? If we'll multiply this will come 0.22 minus j cap. Vertically down. Let's calculate the final momentum. P final will be m. Now it start with a certain velocity. The final velocity has to be 0. It start with a velocity so that it attains 0.5 meter. So this is again gonna be root 2 gh 0.05 to g9.8 for the better calculation, and h is 0.5 again. Done. So this will come approx 3.13 meter per second. Multiplied by mass, you will get the final momentum. So P final is 3.13, right? This is momentum. Now multiplied by, this is meter. Zero 0.05251 and square root of 9.8, right? This will come around 3.13, right? And if you multiply both, this will come 0.16. You can do this simple calculation. Direction J. So during the vertical motion, vertically down, the momentum is 0.22 kilogram meter per second or Newton second, and upward 0.6. So the change in momentum will be P final minus P initial. So 0.16 minus of minus 0.22. This would be 0.38 Newton second. Is it clear? 0.38 Newton second, and direction would be again J cap final. Okay. So now they are asking impulse imparted by the ground on the ball, right? So this is what we have calculated. So what they are asking, what are they asking? Force between them. So delta P upon delta T using impulse momentum theorem. Delta P upon delta T, nothing but 0.38 divided by 0.1. What I'm using here? Impulse momentum theorem. Yes or no? So the force which is gonna be 3.8 Newton. Okay. So what approach I have used in this question? First I have calculated the change in momentum, and then I have calculated the rate of change of momentum, that is force, dp by dt. Clear? Straightforward question. Let's move further. A block is placed on inclined plane moving towards right, okay, with an acceleration a naught, which is g. A block is placed on inclined plane and plane is moving, right? You have to be very much in alert radar now. The length of the inclined plane is L naught. All the surfaces are smooth. Find the time taken by the block to reach from bottom to the top. Okay. Let's draw the possible diagram first to understand this. There is a plank, and this plank is accelerating with a constant acceleration a naught, and that is also given in terms of g. The length of the inclined plane is L naught. This length is given L naught. Okay. All the surfaces are smooth. There is no friction. Find the time taken by the block to reach from the bottom to the top. So there is a block somewhere. We need to find what rocket science is happening, that this moves up and reach at the top, and we need to find the time. Maybe at moment this might get click in your mind, but I'm telling you a generic thing. Whenever they have given a frame and the frame is accelerating, okay, and they have attached a block and they are interested to know the data related to block. It means this kind of possibilities are there. And you all know, since this block is a part of a frame which is accelerating, so right now if you ask from laws of motion, will you help us? Laws of motion will say no. Yes, because all the laws of motion are being designed for the frame which are either at rest or moving with a constant velocity. Are you getting my point? All the frames, all the laws of motion are designed to deal with this situation where they can be applied for the frame which is at rest or moving with a constant velocity. So first you need to convert this frame either into at rest or let it move with a constant velocity. Till the time you cannot expect any help from laws of motion. Yes or no? And how can we do that? By applying the same amount of force on the block, because we are interested to know the data about the block. Okay? So we'll apply the same amount of force on the block, let block move with a constant velocity, then laws of motion will welcome you. Come on. Yes? So during the motion, that the block is here, the force which we are supposed to apply to make it into rest or constant velocity has to be of the same magnitude and just opposite to the direction of the given system. MA naught. The amount of the force is concerned about the mass of the block, not of the system. Keep in mind, I'm talking about the frame where the frame is accelerating, but I'm concerned about the block which is attached to the frame. Is it clear? So I can solve this question directly, but that is not the point. The point is, how will you visualize this question? How will you narrow down the steps of this question during the exam? That so far, whatever question I was solving, the frame was given, either it was a building, it was a plank, or by default it was the ground surface which used to be at rest. But first time we are seeing a situation where a plank is accelerating. Okay? So that is the reason we need to have an approach of pseudo force. Okay? The value of pseudo force remains F is equal to ma, where m is the concerned block, what I'm talking about. Okay? So now I think you can deal with this question easily. Ma, mg, if this is theta, so this is also theta, and this is also theta. So this component become ma naught cos theta, this component become mg cos theta, this component become mg sin theta, and one component of pseudo remains in this direction, that is ma sin theta. Is it clear? I'm not doing any rocket science. Whatever are the forces, I'm just splitting those forces. Any doubt you can put in the chat box. Right? So if you see the motion of the block, we are not concerned about these two. We should not be concerned because we want the block to be very happy. And how the term happiness is related to motion? The block should not get detached from the surface. No component of this force is acting which can be a threat in future for the block, isn't it? Except the normal reaction can be balanced out. So we are not concerned about it. Let them be happy in this direction. And anyway, we have been given this assurance that the block is going up. It is not losing the contact. Okay, bacha? Motion is happening upward. So the effective acceleration would be how much? ma. I should not write m because I'm talking about acceleration. So let me write in terms of acceleration. A naught cos theta minus g sine theta, isn't it? A naught cos theta minus g sine theta. Bharat, you are from Madhapur. Okay, welcome Bharat, welcome. So normal reaction so you can easily calculate. Anyway, there is no motion happening which is perpendicular to the surface, right? And so you can calculate. N is ma sin theta plus mg cos theta. ठीक है ना? So A effective will be a cos theta minus g sin theta. It starts from rest. We need to calculate the time. So S is equal to ut plus half A effective into t square. Yes or no? I'm assuming all of you are writing this stuff, doing the attempt from your side, and you are ahead to me. Ahead in the sense, whatever steps I'm writing, you are already doing it. So I expect during this journey, if you have any doubt, you are unable to understand any question, any data, any diagram, any equation, please feel free to ask. Okay? So S is equal to ut plus half effective A square. Start from rest. So half A would be A naught cos theta minus g sin theta into t square. So how much time it will take? So t would be under root of 2s, and s is given L naught divided by A naught cos theta. Whether it is known to you? Absolutely yes. Right? Inclined plane is also given to you. And minus. Yeah. Okay, ji. Done, ji. Any doubt for anyone? Anyone? Any doubt? In this question, they haven't given the theta. So if theta is given, you can substitute the values, right? And you can write it here. Let theta is, let's say, 30 degree. Let's assume theta is 30 degree, because anyway for this given motion, theta will be given to you. Nothing to worry. For this given set of motion, theta will be given to you. Okay, na? You can substitute the value of theta 30 degree. So cos 30 root 3 by 2, sin 30 1 by 2. You can easily calculate. Any doubt for anyone so far? Any doubt? Great, great. Thank you. Let's move to the next question. Next question comes: a table with a smooth horizontal surface is turning at an angular speed. I hope you are into the sequence. So far I was not discussing with the particle where mass was highlighted. Then we have welcomed the particles which has mass, and primarily it was over here in this. And then we have introduced the concept of pseudo force, and now we are proceeding further. Angular speed omega. All right. A groove is made on the surface along the radius, and a particle is gently placed inside the groove. Gently. Gently. The way you are preparing for JEE exams, and gently you get asleep without knowing your knowledge, without anyone knowing that you are in sleepy mode. At that point of time, the distance was a. Find the speed of the particle with respect to table as its distance from the center becomes b. Very standard question. And I would recommend you to memorize the answer as well. But before that, let's visualize it. This is the table. I might not be so good in drawing, but I'll try my level best to make you happy that I'm a good artist. The point is, you should know the subject, isn't it? Great. So this is a table which is rotating with a constant angular velocity omega, and we have made a groove, right? We have created a tunnel with a basement, and this is rotating. Now somebody is putting gently a particle inside this groove, and the moment this particle was placed, the distance was at a. Let's say this is the particle, and they are asking what is the speed of the particle in terms of distance. Sorry, speed of the particle with respect to table as its distance become b. So very genuine ask. Let's see at a distance x, at a general point. General point. ठीक है बच्चा? If I ask what will be the acceleration, what acceleration will act on this particle? Tell me. What acceleration will act on this particle? Huh? Centrifugal force. It's a part of a rotating frame. So outward force will act on this particle of the value of m omega square r. Yes, this will be the nature of the force which will act on this particle. So the acceleration would be omega square r. Since r keeps changing, so I wanted to capture it at point of time in terms of distance and wanted to narrow down what will be the acceleration. So let's say at a distance x, I have highlighted this point. Let me say this distance is x. Okay na? So what will be the acceleration? The acceleration would be omega square x. And this is the place where some of you will get rooted in different direction and some of you will get reroute in another direction. Acceleration. Again, acceleration is given in terms of x. So don't be in emotions right now. That sir, we can write acceleration as dy by dt. You can do anything. You are highly intelligent people. But does this question requires your intelligence, especially dy by dt? No. Why are you inserting time unnecessary? Where is the need is very clear. What they are asking? They are asking acceleration in terms of distance. So invite the other possibility of acceleration, and that is nothing but what? V dv by dx. Let's write it here. V dv by dx is nothing but omega square x. So v dv would be omega square x dx. When it was placed gently, oh, no disturbance, gently, the distance was a. When it has attained a speed v, the distance has become p. Are you clear with this limitations? Yes? Any doubt? Anyone? Anyone? Yes? Great. So v dv is equal to omega square x dx. We have to just solve this function. So this would become v square by 2 equal to omega square x square by 2. So by 2, this would be b square minus a square. 2 gets cancelled out. So v is nothing but omega under root of b square minus a square. Very general function, important to memorize. If in exam they give you a and b specifically and they have given you angular velocity, you don't need to do all this story. Rather, you can just memorize this and can solve this question. Yes? Any doubt? Anyone? If not, let's move to the next question. The next question says a simple pendulum is oscillating. Great. We are growing. Starting from unit measurement, motion in a straight line, motion in a plane, laws of motion. Work, energy, power, so far no feel. Yeah. Let's see. Am I too fast in imagination that is it actually oscillating? Let's see that. A simple pendulum is oscillating with an angular displacement 90 degree. For what angle? With the vertical line, acceleration of the bob directed towards horizontal. Oh my God. My emotions has no place in this subject. Yes, I was thinking something will happen, but this is again circular motion. Yes. All right. Very beautiful question. Very, very beautiful question. Let's see that. Imagine simple pendulum is oscillating with angular displacement 90 degrees. So the maximum angular displacement is 90 degree. Okay. That is the reason I am drawing the extreme condition. For what angle with the vertical acceleration of bob directed horizontally? Before I solve this question, let's try to visualize it. Imagine this is the where the bob is at one point of time, and at one point of time this is where the bob will looks like. Okay, na? And imagine this is the angle it is making with vertical. Okay, let's see first of all what this question is trying to say. Okay, see, when this particle is here, we are not much concerned that this particle is released from rest or whatsoever is the condition. Let's say it has some tangential velocity, because at this point of time it is at rest. The moment it is released, it will start attaining the tangential velocity also. Yes or no? So imagine at this point of time, if I see the acceleration, so since it's in a circular motion, so one acceleration is must to have, that is nothing but centripetal acceleration. A must condition for any particle which is in circular motion. Yes or no? Yes or no? You can say yes as well. Yes? Good. So V square by R, this is must. What is the definition of circular motion? What I am asking? Circular motion definition. Let me think around. The motion which is happening in circle. Okay. Again my question remains, what is circular motion? The motion which has two components of velocity. Okay. What else? I would strongly suggest you to memorize the motion which is always accelerated. The motion which is always accelerated under any condition, it won't lose the centripetal acceleration. Can I say the motion which is always accelerated is called as circular motion? Are yes or no? Yes. Always accelerated. Great. So this acceleration will be there. Let's visualize it now. Suppose at this point of time, right? You can think like this also. This component and this component. This is our remote, the tangential one. And this pen is directing the what? Centripetal one towards the center. Where will be the net? Over here. This will be the net acceleration. Now hold this picture in your mind and just release it. Hold this picture. So this is tangential. This is towards the center. This will be the net. And when you release this system, the system will go like this. Yes. Just focus on this net component. So initially this net component was like this. Now the motion is happening like this. Can you see this net component is changing the direction? Obviously, because the magnitude is keeps changing, the direction is changing. And at one point of time, this net acceleration can be horizontal. Can you read the question now? A simple pendulum is oscillating with angular displacement 90 degree. For what angle with vertical? The acceleration of bob directed horizontally. Can you visualize this now? Easy to understand, and this is what I have drawn. Hope you are clear in this question, right? So let's see. Imagine this is happening here. So this will be the AN. This will be AT. If this is theta, this one is theta. So this also will be theta. Okay, na? So let's calculate AN. AN will be V square by R. V is root 2GH divided by R. So far, any doubt? Anyone? I hope you are clear with the explanation. Whatever explanation I have given. Anyone? Okay. This value is given L. So this component become L cos theta. Okay, ji? So since this is square, so this will not be having the root. So this is 2GH divided by R. So 2GH is what? L cos theta. L cos theta divided by R is what? R is nothing but L. L gets cancelled out. So the normal acceleration is towards the center, 2g cos theta. Done. Tangential acceleration is quite known. Nothing but g sin theta. Are yes or no, yaar? G. This is theta. This also theta. G cos theta. And in this direction, only tangential contribution is of g sin theta. So AT become g sin theta. So far, any doubt? Now, if you see in this triangle, in this hypothetical triangle, how do you correlate? Since this is perpendicular, okay? So take it, the perpendicular, that is the base. So perpendicular upon base. So tan theta, what is the acceleration which is along the perpendicular? Nothing but an. And what is the acceleration which is along the base? Nothing but at. So tan theta is nothing but an is what? 2g cos theta, and at is what? G sin theta. So GG gets cancelled out. This side sin theta will be sin theta upon cos theta. I have replaced tan theta is nothing but 2 cos theta divided by sin theta. It's just a formality of mathematics. 2 cos square theta is equal to 1 minus cos square theta. So 3 cos square theta is equal to 1, and cos theta is nothing but 1 upon root 3, and theta is nothing but cos inverse 1 upon root 3. Hope you have understood this rocket science which I just did in terms of mathematics. Yes? Any doubt? No? Sometimes the life of a physicist become difficult only because of mathematics. Yeah, physics is very simple subject. Sometimes maths drags us in difficulty. How many of you agree with this line? How many of you agree with this line? That sometimes our life become difficult because of mathematics. Huh? Yes? Great. But nothing to worry. We'll have a beautiful lecture coming up for mathematics as well. Huh? Don't underestimate the power of chemistry. All right. A particle of mass m slides from a top of a surface of a sphere of radius r. It loses the contact. The way you are losing the focus in the class, the same way the question has popped up on the screen, it loses contact and strikes the ground. At what depth? You see, if you lose the focus, you are out of the competition. Yes? So stay focused. At what depth below the top of the particle will lose the contact with the surface? Huh? Chalo, let's see. Imagine this is a circle. A particle is being placed here. It is released from this point, slides from the top of a surface of a sphere of radius r, lose the contact and strikes the ground. Okay? Maybe this sad moment is happening here. Sad moment for the particle. Initially they had a commitment to stay together for rest of the life. But now what is happening? They are not at all in contact. Yes? We'll see who is the enemy. At what depth below the top of the particle will lose the contact? No problem. You know what are they asking? At what depth below the top of the particle will lose the contact? Means they are interested to know this H. Okay na beta? They are interested to know this H. ठीक है? चलिए. Great. At what depth? So this h they are asking. So at this point of time, if I wanted to write this equation, so mg, Mataji, acting vertically down. Yes. If this is theta, or I have taken this assumption because with vertical we are playing. So this theta, this also remains theta, mg cos theta, this component mg sin theta, and this is how the normal reaction will act. ठीक है ना? Is the free body diagram clear? Anyone? Free body diagram is clear? Yes? I have just splitted the forces which are acting on this particle at moment. So at point P, this is point A, this is point A, A, P, O, O, A, P, P, O, A, whatever. So at point P, what is happening? Who provides the necessary centripetal force? Tell me. Mg sin theta minus n is equal to mv square by r. Yes or no? Yes. At point P, what is happening? Mg sin theta minus n is equal to mv square by r. Don't lose the focus. If you lose the focus, the question itself is saying you will lose the contact. Yes. So mg sin theta minus mv square by r, but we have again taken the angle theta with the vertical. So adjacent angle will be vertical, will be theta. So this will be 90 minus theta. So cos 90 minus theta will be sin theta, and this will be cos theta. Okay na bacha? Mg cos theta. And that says you have no focus on the lecture. Yes? Huh? It should not happen. So mg cos theta minus n is equal to mv square by r. Yes or no? Great. Now the point is how to calculate velocity at this point of time. So we can use equation of motion. Using equation of motion. What is equation of motion? It says v square is equal to u square plus 2gh. V square is equal to u square 0 plus 2g. And what is the vertical displacement? This is L or R. This is R cos theta. This is total R. I am interested to know only this vertical displacement. Are you getting this or not? Yes? What I am interested to calculate? Tell me. H. So this would be H. So V would be root 2gh. I'll substitute here. So this will become mg cos theta minus n is equal to m by r into v square is 2gh. What next? What next? Tell me. What next? It is saying it will lose the contact. Lose the contact means n less than equal to 0. Yes or no? There is no n acting on this system now. The minima condition. So n has to be 0 the moment it lose the contact. So mg cos theta is equal to 2m d h divided by r. Mg cancelled out. So cos theta is how much? 2h by r. Is it clear? Is it our answer? No, because we don't know what exactly h is, and we don't know what exactly theta is, because theta is our assumption, it's our invention. So we need to eliminate this. So now it's a game of again mathematics. Yeah, good. So use some stuff. Let's say in this triangle, what is cos theta? Base. base upon hypotenuse. Base is how much? R minus h upon hypotenuse is R. So can I correlate this? 2h by R is nothing but R minus h upon R. R gets cancelled out. Now you can do this rocket science. 2h is equal to R minus h. You know how to solve it? No worry, I'll tell you. 2h is equal to R minus h. There are two methods to solve this statement. One, you take this 2h this side, take R left side. Method number 1. And method 2 says, gently take this h to the left side and solve it. Which method would you like? Tell me. Whichever is easy to you, tell me. See, this is this stage where the role of mentor comes into consideration, isn't it? It's my duty to tell you where you may get stuck. Anyway, so this is gonna be 3h is equal to R. H is nothing but R by 3. Okay na bacha? So at this height, it will lose the contact. Any doubt? You may frame some further questions also in this. You may frame some further questions in this. What? You may calculate what will be the distance traveled by the particle from the beginning. Means once it's lose the contact, you see here, it's a certain velocity. It's like a projectile motion. Yes or no? From this point to this point? Because this distance is already known to us. This is R cos theta and this become R sin theta. Let's say this is X. So what will be the range from the point of releasing? R sin theta in a equal component, in a fixed component, and X in terms of projectile. You can sum both of them. Okay? So you can again, think around other possibilities also. Any doubts so far? Anyone? I hope you are not tired. Yes? The moment you feel tired, the moment you feel I'm not giving you a break, this is your right to have 10 to 20 second break at any point of time. For 10 to 20 second, you can take the break. No problem. I will not mind it. Don't worry. Okay? Hope this much break is enough. Yes? Or all are on break? Okay. 10 to 20 seconds, not more than that. Next question. Under the action of a force 2 kg, body moves such that its position is a function of time is given by this. Calculate the work done by the force in the first 2 seconds. Eating while solving. Yes, yes, yes. No person on this planet can't change this habit. This is your right, isn't it? Nobody can take it away from you. Except putting a focus on studies, you can do anything while attending the lecture. Yes, I'm sure notifications are off. Great. Okay. So under the action of a force, 2 kg body moves such that position x is a function of time. X is given t cube by 3. Okay. They are asking you to calculate. Yes. Very simple process that you need to find work done. But in this question, I would like to emphasize on the beauty of nature. Nature tells us that you can either play through scalar way or you can play around vector way. I know as a layman, we like scalar. We like 2 plus 2 equal to 4. We really don't like that, sir, what is the direction of 2 and what is the direction of another 2? Yes or no? In our day-to-day life, we prefer scalar method. No problem. So I'll follow the typical scalar method here. What's one gentleman is putting W is equal to Fs. And to get W, a big W, you need to find out force, and to find force, you need to have acceleration, and to find acceleration, you need to have velocity, and to have velocity, you need to have the given function. Job is over. So velocity dx by dt is nothing but 3t square. Yes or no? Divided by 3. 3 cancelled out. So dx by dt, that is velocity, is nothing but t square. Okay? Velocity is nothing but t square. Okay ji? Now let's solve it further. Dx is nothing but t square dt. X is nothing but t cube by 3. Ha ha ha. Sir, what invention you did? You are back to origin. This was not at all our approach. Rather, we should reroute from here. Yes or no? Are yes or no? We need to find acceleration. Na? To find acceleration, we need dv by dt, and v is what? T square. To differentiate it, this become 2t. So force is equal to mass into acceleration, and mass into acceleration become 2t. So this is our force. So work done will be how much? Integration f dx. F is m into 2t, and x is how much? Dx is t square dt. Yes or no? T square dt. So w will be 2m t cube, means t power 4 upon 4. And how much time are they asking? 0 to 2. 0 to 2. So hence work done will be 2 into mass. What is mass? 2. So 2 into 2, how much? 2 into 2, come on. 4. Wow, amazing. 2 power 4. 16 divided by 4. 4. So W become 16 joule. Right? This is one way. The second way, you have method 2. You have work energy theorem. Work energy theorem, which says change in kinetic energy is equal to work done. So work done will be half m v final square minus v initial square. It is independent on the frame of reference, whatever we choose. So 1 by 2 into 2 v final. What is v final? At t is equal to 2 seconds. So v is t square. So v initial at t is equal to 0, 0, and v final at t is equal to 2 seconds, 4 meter per second. Yes or no? So 4, 4, 16 minus 0, 2 gets cancelled out. So how much is the work done? 16 joule. So whatever way you prefer, either you prefer force method or you prefer energy method. Okay? And I would say in topics like work energy power, center of this system of particle, simple harmonic motion, these are the topics which actually invites you to play around with both of the methods. Right? Any doubt for anyone? Quickly. Anyone? Any doubt? All right. Let's move to the next question, which says the potential energy of a 2 kg particle free to move along the x-axis is given by this, and a very, very complex function which we really don't like is given x by b whole power 4 minus 5 x by b whole power 2. Very good question. Want you to please pay attention here. Where b is 1. You see what a innovation the person has done. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You are extremely late, but no problem. The lecture will be available. All right. See what a innovation. They are said b1. Was there any purpose of giving this b over here? Huh? Any logic? They created a complex function and they said take b1. Yeah. So a smart move. Yes. To make your life complex. You know, when such kind of question pop up in the exam, just think, oh my God, I'm done for the day. Yes, no worry, it won't happen. So x by b whole power 4 minus 5x by b, this is complete a function. So don't think this is a dash, this is complete a function where b is 1. So when you substitute b1, so the potential energy would be x power 4 minus 5x square. हाँ जी, x power 4 minus 5x square. ठीक है. Plot this potential energy, identifying the extremum points, identify the region, very important thing, where particle may be found. Oh my God, we need to locate where the particle could be. And they have given two conditions where the mechanical energy in one case it is 36 and the other case it is minus 4 joule. Chalo, let's proceed. Very fundamental question, standard process which you need to follow. So u is this is a function. See, let's do the reverse calculation here. They are asking you to calculate the fastest, identify the region where the particle may be found and its maximum speed. So first of all, it is interesting to know how to locate the particle, in which region this particle would be. What will be the maximum speed? Just think logically. To have the maximum speed, the potential energy has to be minimum. Yes? But if the potential energy of a particle is minimum, then only it will contribute the maximum share to kinetic energy. Are we clear on this? Because total mechanical energy is fixed, that is given 36 joule. So you can play around with potential energy. And to find out what will be the order of potential energy, it is very important to identify where the particle will be. Right? Where will the particle be located? It's very important. And potential energy is given. Any function, any particle which possesses potential energy, what will be the nature of the force? Under which category of force this motion will be happening? You have two options, conservative or non-conservative. Tell me. A is conservative, B is non-conservative, not butter naan wala naan, okay? Non-conservative. Since it's a lunch time, so some of you might think butter naan. Not like this. Non-conservative. Third option. You want me to give third option? Come on. I'm absent. Fourth option. I don't like the chapter. Wish somebody will start giving such options in the exam. Your life could have been so easy. You can express your emotions. Yes or no? All right. So any force, any motion which pursue the potential energy, the motion will happen only under the influence of conservative force. Always remember. Always remember, any motion which is happening in the influence of potential energy or having the function of potential energy will be under the influence of conservative force. And conservative force is correlated like du minus dx. Yes or no? So F would be du by dx. So d by dx, and x how much? X power 4. X power 4 minus 5x square. So this would be 4x power 3 minus 10x. ठीक है ना बच्चा? So the force become how much? How much is the force? Tell me. 4x cube minus 10x. Now, to calculate where the particle will be, it's very important to understand the region. What are the limitation of the region? Where it will vary? What will be the extreme point? What will be the lowest point? So for the extremum point, what is the condition? Tell me. What is the condition? Du by dx has to be 0. The slope has to be 0 na yaar, for the extremum. And that is nothing but equal to force. So 4x cube minus 10x is 0. It means 2x square minus 5 equal to 0. It means x equal to plus minus root 5 by 2. Here again it's a turn to give respect to all the mathematician. If you'll go with the attitude of a physicist, you'll again commit the mistake. We are talking about the reason. It could be 0 to minus range, it could be 0 to plus range. So give respect to all the mathematicians. Yes, x is equal to plus minus root 5 by 2. So we got a particular thing that for this, these are the extremum point, or it may have another function as 0. See? Done? So far any doubt? Beautiful question. You will have lots of learning in this. है ना? Chalo. Now let's make some data point. Data point in the sense, let's play with x and see how you will change. Okay? I'm talking about the data point. So when x is 0, how much is the u? 0. When x is plus minus 1, how much is the u? Substitute now. 1 minus 5 minus 4. ठीक है ना बेटा? When x is plus minus root 5 by 2. So substitute here. 5 by 2 into 5 by 2, 25 by 4 minus 5 into 5 by 2, 25 by 2. 25 by 4 minus 25 by 2. So this will become almost 6 point something. So when it is plus minus root 5 by 2, how the potential energy will looks like? Almost minus 6.25. Means for this region, the particle will have minus of 6.25 potential energy. Any doubt? Let's keep changing the data. Plus minus 2. Now you may think, sir, why I am changing the data? Why I am playing around the data? Because I need to understand. Yes, very good. See, we are not much concerned about the, we have already understood na bacha ki this is a conservative force. So we are not concerned about the minus sign, because that ultimately plays a role when we calculate the acceleration or we try to understand the nature. Hardly what will happen. We are calculating the extreme point. Hai na? So for extreme point, anyway the function has to be 0. So either you write minus here or you write plus here. It won't contribute anything. I'm not concerned about the nature of the function. I am concerned about the magnitude of the function. Hope this clear your doubt? Yes? Good. So minus 6.25. Now let's write plus minus 2. So 2 power 4 minus 5x square. Minus 2 mein again it will be plus, right? So when you substitute this, you will get minus 4. Then plus minus 3. 81 minus 45. 36 plus. Now you might understand why I am talking about this data. You see, I have been given a mechanical energy of the range of 36 joule. So I need to know where the particle will be. I have been given the mechanical energy of minus 4 joule. So I should be concerned about where the particle will be. I hope you can correlate now. So far any doubt for anyone? Quickly. Clear na? Very good. JEE one short classes. Hello, hello. You can write hello, sir. You can tag me also. Hello, sir. Hello, hello, hello. I can help you. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So plus minus 5 by 2. I hope you can understand now. So if I ask for which value of position the particle has lowest potential energy, tell me. Minus 6.25. Minus 6.25. If I wanted to draw this function of potential energy versus position, x versus u, so the graph, the function is somewhere looks like this. Because x is 0, so u is 0, it will start from here. Hai na? First it will go negative. And then it will, and same symmetry it will fall this side. ठीक है ना बच्चा? And the maximum, on the negative side also you can correlate. This value also you can see at extreme point. है ना? This is how this function will looks like at x is equal to 0, u is 0. Right? So you can see when function is in the range of plus 3 to minus 3. The potential energy, the energy of the function is maximum. Will it attain the maximum speed at this point of time? Tell me. What condition I have said? You should target January attempt also, gentlemen, right? Give a try so that you get the exposure of all the questions. You know which area you have to focus upon. You know what is your strongest area where you not need to revise again. So this attempt will be a kind of reflection of what you have learned so far. So I would strongly recommend, don't think about April attempt at moment, focus on the January attempt. And for that, you need to focus on this lecture so that your physics part is cool, amazing, fantastic. Yes, believe you me, I'll make it happen. So when particle is in the range of -3 to +3, the energy possessed by the particle is maximum. है ना? That is 36. Are yes or no yaar? But I have to calculate maximum speed, and the speed will be maximum only when the potential energy possessed by the particle will be lowest. Where I should be interested upon -6.25. Total mechanical energy formula what? 36 is equal to K plus U. For K to be maximum, U has to be minimum. So 36 is equal to K plus -6.25 because the particle lies in -3 to +3 in this range. Yes or no? So this is how I need to write the equations. So 36 plus 6, 42. So kinetic energy will be 42.25, and that's how it will persist the maximum speed. V max square is equal to 42.25. Mass is given 2 kg, 2 cancelled out. So V square max would be 42.25 and V max would be root of 42.25. Are yes or no? Yes. And yes, this is how this is gonna be. Correct? This will give you around 6.5 meter per second. So this is when the total mechanical energy is 36 joule. The maximum speed attained by the particle will be 6.5 meter per second. Any doubt for anyone? Yes? See, in this question, it is leading to multiple things. What if this question repeat in JEE? Oh, chalo. Don't blame me that I have leaked the question. है ना? Great. So 6.5 meter per second. Now the second possibility is when particle has the mechanical energy -4 joule. -4 joule. In which range the particle will be? Focus on this range. The particle will be in the range of +2 to -2. So there is the location where particle will be. Yes or no? Yes. So what will be the lowest potential energy in this case? Tell me. What will be the lowest potential energy in this case? The position will be ±5/2 and U minimum will be again -6.25. Yes or no? So you can again substitute this value half mv square, but the position will be now ±√5/2. So K plus -6.25 is equal to -4. Total mechanical energy is given how much? -4. So K would be 2.25, and that is nothing but half m into V square. So V square, V is nothing but root of 2.25 meter per second. Is it clear, Ji? So these are the questions which gets highly repeated in JEE exams, right? And you should be very clear around this question, that how to find the range, how to find the corresponding potential energy, kinetic energy, how to find which region the speed will be maximum. So I believe this question will have lots of learnings, and I'm sure that you are done with this question, right? Let's go ahead. Consider a ball falling from some height h. Let E be the coefficient of restitution between the ball and the ground, and the ball rebounds again and again. Velocity after nth second, height attained after nth second, distance traveled before the stop, total time. Again, very standard question, very standard question, right? The reason why I'm putting this question forward, that you should know the standard definition. And one part of collision also you have to take. Look, a ball is dropped, it hits, it rebounds, it reaches here, again it come back, again it goes up, again it come back, again it goes up, again come back, and so on. So theoretically it will make infinity collision. Yes, it will collide multiple times. Theoretically we can say infinity. So you know coefficient of restitution E is nothing but minus of velocity of separation divided by velocity of approach. Velocity of separation divided by velocity of approach. Yes. One, let's fix for ball. When I note 1, it means it's for ball. And when I write 2, it means it's for ground. Okay. So let's talk about first collision. First collision. So in first collision, how the E would be? Minus V1 is what? Velocity of ball after the collision. V1 is what? Velocity of ball after the collision, means the velocity by which it collides, it rebounds back. This is V1. Yes or no? That we don't know. V2 is what? Velocity of the ground after collision. The 2 means ground. V2 is after collision. So V2 is velocity of the ground after collision. That is nothing but 0. U1 is the velocity of approach by which it hits velocity of the ball before the collision. And that is nothing but root 2gh. U2 initial velocity of the second object, that is ground, that is nothing but 0. So V1 is how much, bacha? Minus of E root 2gh. Is it clear? Any doubt for anyone? This is V1. Or in simple format, let's write it as minus of EU. Okay? Let's go ahead. In this first journey of collision, let's write loss in potential energy. In the first line of collision, let's write this equation. mgh is nothing but half m v1 square. I am just calculating how much height it will attain after the first collision. See, we should be much concerned about first collision. This motion is a standard motion which might give you only u1, not more than that. Yes or no? So m gets cancelled out. So v1 square would be 2gh. Yes or no? v1 square is nothing but what? 2gh. So h will be how much? v1 square upon 2g. And v1 is how much? eu, or e root 2gh, e square into 2gh divided by 2g. 2g cancelled out. H how much? E square h. This is h1. To be very precise, this is h1. So the height attained by the ball after first collision will be E square h. The velocity after the first collision will be how much? Tell me. EU. This is first collision. I hope first collision is done. Anyone having any doubt? I just used the equation of motion like the coefficient of restitution standard formula and the work energy theorem. Okay? Let's move to the next collision. So can I say for the next collision, the format will remain exactly same? Yes or no? Like first ball is also dropped. The second collision, the initial journey also will start from the rest. So if I compare this, can I write V2 is nothing but minus of E V1? Say fast if you have any doubt. Shall I write directly? Yes. V2 is equal to minus of E V1. And minus of E, and V1 is how much? E times of root 2gh. So this would be E square root 2gh u. So V2 is E square u, V1 is EU, right? Now let's calculate the height. For two collision, if you will calculate, for further collision you can easily, correlate. So for second collision you can write mgh2 is equal to half m V2 square. Change in kinetic energy is equal to gain in potential energy or change in potential energy, right? So mm gets cancelled out. So gh2 is equal to half, and V2 is how much? E square u or E V1, and V1 is root 2gh. So you can write V2. V2 is E V1. So E square V1 square, and that is nothing but E square 2gh. So 2 gets cancelled out, gg gets cancelled out. So how much is h2? Tell me. E power 4 h. So can you see there is a pattern now? There is a pattern. What is the pattern? H1 is E square h, H2 is E power 4 h, V1 is EU, V2 is E square u. So this is the pattern, and the reason behind this pattern is the nature of the motion, because under any condition the nature of motion is not getting changed. So that's how you can write a general formula. So what will be the general formula, bacha? Vn will be, V is going in power of double E square. You can see here, first V is E power 1, second is E power 2. Okay? So Vn will be E power n root 2gh. So better you memorize this. This is velocity after nth collision, and same way height attained by the particle in nth collision will be, what is the format of height? E power 2. So this is always the multiplier of 2. So E power 2n into h. So this is how you can just memorize the height. Now if they calculate, so velocity is done, height is done, they are asking total distance. So total distance will be how much? L. See, first let's say it is h plus h1 h1, so it become 2h1 plus h2 h2, so this become 2h2 and so on. Okay? So h plus 2 h1. How will you calculate h1? Yes, there is a formula, right? H E square h, h2 is E power 4h, so h1 plus h2 and so on. So h1 is how much? E square h, h2 is how much? E power 4h and so on. H can be taken as common, so this will become 1 plus 2e square plus 2e power 4. Are yes or no? Ana? So if you will solve it, the L will come 1 plus e square upon 1 minus e square multiplied by h. So this is the general formula for total distance traveled by the particle. Now they are asking, this part is done. Now they are asking total time of the motion. So how do you calculate the time? It's a simple vertical motion, right? A straight line. So time will be t is equal to t plus t. First we have dropped this ball, so t plus t1, so 2t1 plus t2 and so on. So this will be root 2h by g plus 2 root 2h1 by g plus root 2h2 by g and so on. And you already know how the h are related to e power and standard h. Yes or no? If you substitute this value, the time of this journey will be 1 plus e upon 1 minus e whole multiplied by root 2h by g. Okay? Root 2h by, that's how the total time. So rather you should be clear with the approach of coefficient of restitution, and also how do we calculate the different parameters. Okay? Any doubt for anyone so far? All good? Comfortable? And believe you me, whenever you need any rest, any point of time, just let me know. 5 to 10 second break you can take at any point of time. You don't need to take any permission for this. Right? I hope the break is over. Let's get back to the question. Two blocks A and B of mass m and 2m respectively are connected with a spring of force constant K. The masses are moving to right with a uniform velocity V. The heavier mass leading the lighter one, the spring is of natural length in the motion. Block B collides head on with the third block at rest, which is at rest. So this is at rest. Initial velocity of this block is at rest. Being completely inelastic, determine the velocity of the block at the instant of maximum compression. See, again, this is the very standard stage which they generally frame for the spring block system. Okay, na? So let's pay attention here. So you know conservation of momentum. Conservation of momentum. So initially, both blocks have same velocity. This is also moving with V. So I can write mv plus 2mv. Initial momentum of third block is 0. Yes or no? Initial momentum of third block is how much? 0. Right? The collision is completely inelastic. Means once they collide, they become a body. So they will move with a common velocity. So after collision, and the collision is happening between B and C. So system does not mean it include A as well. Okay, na? I am talking about the collision between B and C. Collision between B and C. So in this, you don't need to take even this parameter also, because I am concerned about the collision. See, first B will have head-on collision with C, right? Anyway, A is moving along with B. Once it collides, then only the energy distribution will happen. Then only you should be concerned about how the movement of A will take place. So A after collision for a time will keep continuing in his attitude only, with V only. But later on the attitude has to be changed because of the influence. So when I say system, I don't mean to say A, I mean to say between B and C. So this parameter also can be neglected. So 2mv plus C0 is equal to 2m plus m into V dash, let's say common velocity. So 2mv, 3m. So 2mv is equal to 3m into V dash, mm gets cancelled out. So V dash is 2v by 3. What can I conclude with this velocity? I can say that after the collision, the block B and C, after the collision, the system will looks like this. A connected with the spring, B and C, and both are moving with how much velocity? 2v by 3. But A will continue with its own attitude, that is V. Yes or no? Yes. Now the fight will happen. One is moving with lesser velocity, one will moving is greater velocity. So what will happen? The person who is behind will move faster, this will go slower. So the spring will get started compressed. And there will be a time where the compression will be maximum. And that will be the time where A and B along with C, when I say B, now you can understand B and C become one system now, because collision is inelastic, they will have the common velocity. So I can say when both the blocks get equal velocity, the compression in the spring will be maximum. Are we clear with this point? So now I can again write down the equation of momentum. Now I'm writing the momentum for the whole system. So what is the momentum? Tell me. What is the momentum of block A? M into V. Block B, when I say block B, I mean to say B plus C. So 2m plus m, 3m. And how much is the velocity of this? 2v by 3. Is it clear? We are using momentum for two stage, one before collision, one after collision. Should be equal to mv naught plus 3mv naught. The whole system should move with a common velocity. Yes, you can solve it. m gets cancelled out. V plus 3 gets cancelled out. 3v is equal to v naught plus 3v naught, that is 4v naught. So v naught is nothing but 3v by 4. 3v by 4. So I hope this is clear to you all, right? So sometimes, yes, sometimes they design the question in a way where they ask the maximum compression. There may be some stages where they may ask the maximum elongation also. So, but you need to understand how the motion of these two blocks happens when spring is under deformation. The deformation may happen either in terms of extension or it may happen in terms of compression. Is it clear, Ji? Everyone? Chalo, move to the next question. A ball strikes a wall at an angle alpha with the horizontal. It rebounds at an angle theta with the horizontal. Okay. Calculate the coefficient of restitution between the ball and the wall. Chalo, let's see. This is the wall. Nicely painted. And there is a ball. It's rebounds like this. Okay. Given condition is the angle by which it strikes doesn't rebound with the same angle. So if it strikes with an angle alpha, it rebounds with a angle theta. Okay. See, this question is the question which I'll not be just discussing. Rather, in this question, you need to emphasize on the concept. See, I'll write some bullet point. Coefficient of restitution. Remember one thing, coefficient of restitution is strictly applicable for motion in a straight line. If at all there is an angle of inclination or there is an angle of theta, you can't directly take the formula of coefficient of restitution and use it. Are you getting my point? So remember, coefficient of restitution is strictly applicable for 1D. What we'll do when it comes to 2D? When it comes to 2D, means motion in a plane, or they have introduced the concept of angle, then take the component of velocity, take the component of velocity where along the line of collision, LOC, line of collision. If you know this fact, I appreciate. If not, make a note of it. Coefficient of restitution is strictly applicable for 1D motion. In case it has the involvement of theta, you need to understand that we have to take the component of velocity or any aspect whichever they are asking along the line of collision. Okay? So with this, I think we will be in a position to split the component of velocity. So this is theta. This is initial velocity u, right? So this will be alpha. So this become u cos alpha. U cos alpha, and this became u sine alpha. This is v. This become v cos theta. This become v sine theta. Is it clear? Yes. V cos theta, v sine theta. Any doubt so far for anyone? Yes? No? Great. You know, along this, if I ask you along which direction, there will be a change in momentum. So momentum will change only perpendicular to the wall, because these are the only velocity component which are interacting. You see, u cos alpha and v cos theta are interacting with each other. It means this is the line of interaction. This is the line of collision. If in this diagram somebody asks you where is the line of collision, this is the line of collision. Velocities are getting changed along this line. What about this line? So this line, there is no interaction happening. U sine alpha down, v sine theta down. So there is no interaction of the particle at all. So this component will not change. So what I am saying, since the line of collision is this, so velocity along this wall will not change. So shall I write u sine alpha is nothing but v sine theta? Tell me if any one of you have any doubt here. U sine alpha is nothing but v sine theta. And now along this line, if the line of collision, see, this is the point which I was talking. Take the component of velocity along the line of collision. So E has to be applicable only along this line. So E is nothing but minus of v1 minus v2 upon u1 minus u2. E is nothing but minus. V is velocity of ball after collision. How much is that? Minus v cos theta minus v2, velocity of wall after the collision, 0. Velocity of ball before the collision, u cos alpha. Velocity of wall before the collision, 0. So E will be v cos theta divided by u cos alpha, isn't it? And we have one more relation, u sine alpha is equal to v sine theta. Yes or no? So this is just a matter of solving both two equations to get the E. Okay? So you can eliminate v and u. So from this equation, v by u will be sine alpha upon sine theta, and substitute here. So E is cos theta divided by cos alpha multiplied by v by u. And how much is v by u? Sine alpha divided by sine theta. Okay? So E would be tan alpha upon tan theta. So this will be the coefficient of restitution when angle of projection and angle of rebounds are different and the nature of motion is given in this way. Okay? Any doubt? Anyone? Anyone? Great. Okay, great. Nice question. Thank you. All right. Okay. So let's move to the another question now. Two small identical bodies are at a separation of equal to radius of Earth, are situated such a way that one of them is at Earth's surface. Find center of mass of the system and center of gravity. Okay? Quite simple. One body is Earth. Two small identical bodies are at a separation equal to radius of Earth. One of them is placed over here and one body is placed over here. Separation between them is r, which is nothing but equal to the radius of Earth. Okay? One of them is at the center surface. Find center of mass. So you know center of mass along x-axis will be 0, right? Because the whole mass is distributed along the y-axis. So I'll write YCM. How much that would be? m1 y1 plus m2 y2 divided by m1 plus m2. ठीक है? So YCM, I am taking this point as the reference point. So for this would be 0, m into 0, for another m into r divided by 2m. So the position of center of mass will be r by 2. Center of gravity. So since this particle has a good amount of distance, comparable distance, so G will change. So first we need to find G dash. G dash is G upon 1 plus h by r whole square. Yes? So G dash is G upon 1 plus h is how much? R by r whole square. So effective G at a height r will be G by 4, G dash. So now you can find center of gravity, YCG. So W1 Y1, W2 Y2 divided by W1 plus W2. W here stands for mg, weight. So m into g, right? M into g. Are you getting this point? Center of mass, all of you are clear how to calculate the center of mass? Now I am calculating center of gravity. mg, this point I have taken already as a reference, plus m g by 4 into r divided by mg plus mg by 4. Okay, it's a matter of a calculation now. So y coordinate of center of gravity would be mg r by 4, 4 mg plus mg, 5 mg by 4, 4 cancelled out, mg r divided by 5 mg, mg cancelled out. So the center of gravity of this system would be at r by 5. Okay, any doubt for anyone quickly? Anyone, any doubt in center of mass and center of gravity? Anyone? Okay, let's proceed further. Figure shows a uniform disk of radius r from which a hole of radius r has been cut out from the left. So we are removing this portion and is placed on the right. Good. Nobody wants something to be wasted upon, and the person who has designed the question was extremely serious. The person wants whatever we remove, let's paste it somewhere. That is what he did here. So this portion was removed. And here it was pasted upon. Okay? ठीक है ना? Done? So let's see how to proceed further. Yes? So we know if we have not removed anything from this system, where the center of mass would be. So whatever we are removing first, let's calculate that. Mass of the removed disk. Mass of the removed disk. M dash. Total mass upon total area multiplied by area of the removing portion. Yes or no? Correct? So pi r square cancelled out. So the portion which you have removed, the mass of that portion is nothing but m by 4. And that you have pasted to the right side. Okay? So let's assume this is the center. So center of mass of this portion will be at its geometrical point. Center of mass of the portion which we have pasted will be on its geometrical point. And this is where I am assuming the center. Okay na? Is it clear to all of you? So axiom would be how much? The bigger one, that is m, the bigger one, that is m into r minus, because this side, m into chotu r plus m into again chotu r divided by motu mass minus chotu mass plus chotu mass. Is it clear? M minus m plus m. Now just substitute the coordinates. M into 0, m into how much? R by 2, that to be the negative sign, plus m. This m stands for m by 4. Keep in mind, don't commit the mistake here. Since I am writing just a notification in terms of how do I denote it, m is actually m by 4 and the coordinate is r by 2 divided by m minus m by 4 plus m by 4. So down I have already substituted. So the XCM would be 0, m by 4 into r by 2, mr by 8 plus mr by 8 divided by m. So mm get cancelled out, r by 4. Okay? So XCM of this system will be where? R by 4. Clear? YCM will be 0. YCM of this system will be 0 because the whole mass is distributed along the x-axis. Clear this point? Great. Move to the next question. A wheel of radius 1 meter is acted by the forces which are shown in figure. Find the resultant moment of force about an axis passing through the center of wheel. Quite simple question. See, this is the force 10 root 2. Let's say this is F1, this is F2, and this is F3. Okay, na? The forces which contribute in the moment of inertia. Moment of inertia will be force into perpendicular distance, right? So if you split this force, this will be, this angle is 45. So this will be F1 cos 45, F1 sin 45, isn't it? This is already perpendicular. This is along the length. This is the direction of force. So will it contribute any torque? Will this force contribute any torque? No. So the torque contribute by F3 will be 0. Yes? The torque contribute due to F2 will be force into perpendicular distance. Now let's take this as X, this is Y, and this is Z. So R cross F. So put your right hand fingers in the direction of R and your palm should face toward the second vector quantity. The thumb will give you the final answer. So 10 into 1. So 10 Newton meter into K cap. Done. And the force, the torque due to F1 will be how much? This will contribute, no torque, only this will contribute. So perpendicular distance is 1 into 10 root 2 into sine 45. That is 1 by root 2. So 10 Newton meter. And R, right hand fingers in terms of first vector, palm towards second vector. So R cross F. So thumb will give the direction of the final quantity. So it is minus K cap. This is plus K cap. So the net torque will be how much? 0. So we can say the body is in equilibrium. Is it clear? Any doubt? We can say the body is in equilibrium. Okay? Let's move ahead. A particle of mass m is moving with a velocity v along a line y is equal to x plus 5. Find the angular momentum of the particle about a perpendicular axis passing through origin O. Okay? So a particle is moving let's say this is y-axis, this is velocity, okay, y and x, and they are saying a particle is moving along a line. So positive intercept is 5. This value is 5, following a straight line path. So this is how this particle is. Particle is following this motion. ठीक है ना? Yes. So V, this angle is theta. Slope is nothing but 45 degree. Find the angular momentum of the particle. So angular momentum will be mv cos 45, and this will be mv sin 45. Yes, angular momentum will be mv r cross p. So mv cos 45, and which is the perpendicular distance? 5. R j cross f, r cross p, r cross p. Thumb will go perpendicular and into the plane. L would be, m is given, m v 1 by root 2 into 5, right? mv cos 45 is the component of momentum. Yes or no? Is the component of momentum, and perpendicular distance is 5. So m by root 2 mv, this much unit will be the angular momentum. And what will be the direction? R cross p, perpendicular and into the plane. So 5 mv, better we write it in this format, 5 mv divided by root 2 minus k cap unit. ठीक है ना? This is how the angular momentum can be calculated. Is it clear? Any doubt for anyone? Anyone? Any doubt? Chalo, let's move ahead. Two particles each of mass m, speed v, travel in opposite direction along parallel lines. ठीक है? So let's stop reading the question here and try to convert this. There are two particles separated by a distance d. So this is one particle going down. There is another particle going up. And they all are, both of the particles are separated by distance d. ठीक है? Very interesting question. So that the vector angular momentum of the two particle system is same whatever is the point about which the angular momentum is taken. Means for this setup where there are two identical particles, I believe both are having mass m. Yes, each of mass m and speed v in opposite direction in parallel lines separated by a distance d. So about origin, if you calculate the angular momentum of this system, this remains same about any point, whatever is your point of consideration. So isn't it not a standard thing to memorize? Yes, very important thing. So let's assume this distance is x. Okay, let's assume this distance is x. Okay. So let's calculate the angular momentum of both of the particle. Angular momentum of this system will be of due to 1 plus due to of 2 r1 cross p1 plus r2 cross p2. If we go typically with the definition of angular momentum, this is how the function looks like. R1 is xi cap cross p1 mv minus j cap. Okay, this is first vector, plus r2 x plus d. I am taking about the origin, I cap cross mv j cap. ठीक है ना? Let's do the cross multiplication. So R cross P, M B X with a negative. Let's write I cross J plus M B X I cross J plus M plus M B D I cross J. ठीक है? You can see here this component gets cancelled out. So the total angular momentum of the system about the origin is how much? M B D and I cross J will be K cap, isn't it? And the speciality of this function is, this function is independent on the separation. This particle, the angular momentum of the system is independent on the separation between the given particles. So hence we can say that the angular momentum of the system is independent on the point of consideration. The angular momentum of the system is independent on point of consideration. ठीक है? So this is how we are. So we'll take now it is 4:28. Okay, it's 4:28. So we'll take 10 minutes break. So we'll start at 4:38. Okay na? So we will start at 4:38 p.m. Okay, so we'll start with this slide. Meanwhile, if you are more curious, you can keep ready your doubts or anything whichever you want, and we'll catch up. Okay, so let's start the next discussion. I have some more beautiful questions which are waiting for you to discuss, and we'll start the next interaction at 4:38. Okay. Hello, hi, good afternoon. Welcome again. So I hope you are back to your seat. And I'll just quickly give you an overview. What have we learned so far? And so that the people, those who have joined recently, can also go through on the quick understanding. So we started our discussion with some basic understanding of the today's session. Then we have discussed a question based on the unit measurement. Then a question where I have briefed about two possibility of graphical and kinematics method. Then we have discussed this question. Then a question where we have thought upon on two approaches. One approach where typical inertia concept we have played upon, and the second concept is we have discussed on the condition where a particle can have two velocity at a given height, right? And then later on we have discussed some more questions. I believe all these questions have contributed in terms of clarity, confidence, basic understanding of the concept. I have tried taking a versatile question so that your understanding in that particular concept goes to the next level and you are in a position to deal with some more good questions. All right. And at last, I have given you the break. Now I believe all the students are back. So we'll start again our journey, and this time we'll go a little bit faster so that we discuss more number of questions, right? Let's discuss another question. Question number 23. Discuss the quantity which conserved in the collision between a bullet and a rod in the following situation. Find the axis of rotation and the velocity of the rod just before the collision. In each case, rod is placed on a horizontal surface. So they have given you three conditions and they are asking you to calculate some basic stuff. Very, very important question. The people, those who prefer to play around in rotational dynamics, they must play around with this question, because this is just not a question. This is just not a kind of data arrangement where I'm asking you to calculate that this is the case, this is the case. No, this question itself is a kind of, you can say that the crux of this particular collision concept where the rod is placed on a horizontal surface and another ball comes and hits to it. Whatever are the best possible things may happen in this condition, that is what I'm going to discuss, right? So have an exclusive attention over here, and if you find any doubt, do let me know. So let me just summarize the cases which have been mentioned over here. Hai na? So this is the rod. For your understanding, this rod is placed on a horizontal surface, like this is the table surface and this is how the rod is placed, hai na? Like this. There are three possibilities. Possibility number one, this is the ball. It comes, hits to it. For visualization, I'm just keeping it in vertical direction so that you can see how the turning effect will happen, right? So case number one, rod is hinged at its one end, means it is fixed. It can just rotate about this point. And bullet, this is bullet, sticks to it after collision. Okay? It sticks to it after collision. So there is a bullet of same mass, m, with velocity v, mass of the rod is also m, and length of the rod is l. It hits and stick to it. So we'll generalize certain things. They are asking which all quantities remains conserved. Rather, you should be concerned about that how to calculate the momentum, the angular velocity, the velocity of center of mass, loss in kinetic energy, loss in energy, lot of stuff we can calculate in this question. So what I'm saying, ki instead of dealing this thing as a question, try to visualize this thing. First thing, it comes, hits to it. Imagine this is the case where this rod is fixed like this and something comes and hits to it. You will feel a force exerted on your fingers, right? That will be the hinge force. So once from this stage, the rod becomes like this, there will be a hinge force, let's say R, and this is an external force. This is an external force which comes into picture only when there is a force applied on the rod. ठीक है ना? So this force is external. Will it allow for the momentum to be conserved? So in this basically we will talk about three major conservation. Conservation of linear momentum. This is one possibility which I will be talking largely. Second, conservation of angular momentum. We will see if it is conserved, about which axis it is conserved. And third, conservation of energy. Since they have given you the nature of collision, so it is interesting to see that how energy conservation will takes place. Will it takes place or not? That is secondary. Okay? Good. So these three things we will talk. So case number one. Case one is a bullet comes, hits to the rod and stick to this. So whatever energy the bullet was having, now that energy will get shared between the bullet and the rod. So certainly energy loss will happen. Yes or no? Energy loss will happen. Are you getting my point? So can I say energy will be conserved? Energy will be conserved in case one? Yes? Put in the chat box. Can I say energy is conserved in the case one? I think no. Why? Because the energy possessed by the photo particle will go and will distribute in providing some extra energy to the rod as well. So energy will not be conserved. Okay? Good. What about momentum? So in case one I am talking. Case one. Angular momentum, will it be conserved? Conservation of linear momentum. Will it work or not? Tell me, tell me, tell me. It will not work. Why? Because there is an external force acting on the system. There is an external force acting on the system which will not allow this momentum to be conserved. Okay? What about conservation of angular momentum? Will it be conserved or not? Say, will it be conserved or not? Angular momentum, will it be conserved or not? It will be conserved. Why? Because though there is an external force acting on the system in terms of hinge force, but that force is passing through the axis of rotation. And when any force is passing through the axis of rotation, it will not contribute anything in rotation, in turning up, in the turning effect, right? So it will not contribute anything external torque. So external torque acting on the system is zero, and that's how we say the angular momentum is conserved. Okay? Angular momentum is conserved. So far, any doubt for anyone? Any doubt, anyone? Any doubt, anyone? Yeah? No. So if angular momentum is conserved, can we play around with the equation? Yes. Angular momentum of the body before the collision, mvl is equal to, it sticks to it. So I omega. After the collision, the only type of motion where this system will pursue is pure rotation, because it is fixed at one end. So mvl is equal to I omega, and here I would be what? Angular momentum, sorry, moment of inertia of the whole system. That is moment of inertia of the rod when axial rotation is passing through the edge, that is ml square by 3, plus moment of inertia for the particle, that is ml square. This particle is fixed at this point and the perpendicular distance is L, so moment of inertia will be ml square. Yes or no? So this is how we'll use conservation of angular momentum. It sticks to it. So energy, conservation of energy, COE, conservation of energy. Will it be conserved or not? Tell me. It will not be conserved because the particle comes and hits and stick to it. So some energy sharing will happen because initially the rod was not having any energy, right? So conservation of energy will not be conserved. So there will be a loss of kinetic energy. That is half mv square minus half I omega square. Because initially the particle was, kinetic energy. There will be a loss in kinetic energy, and that will be final minus initial, because we are clear that there is a loss in energy, right? So this is how we'll calculate in case 1. Case 2, rod is free to move in any way and the bullet is stick to it after collision. This is quite interesting case. In this, rod is free to move. Look here. Mass of this rod L is the length, mass of this rod is m, the particle which comes and hits to it also having the identical mass, coming with velocity v. So tell me, any hinge force? Any hinge force acting on it? Answer is no, because this is not fixed. This is free to move. This rod is free to move, isn't it? So no hinge force. So no hinge force means momentum will be conserved. Momentum will be conserved. And hence they have already mentioned that this sticks to it and the system goes with a velocity. So I can use the conservation of momentum. mv plus 0 is equal to 2m v dash, because now system will go with a common velocity. What will be the nature of the motion? It will have rotation as well as translation motion. I hope you are getting my point, right? This rod will have translation as well as rotation motion. Reason being, this is free to move. This is free to move. This is like, this is the rod, it is sticks, so it will translate also and it will rotate also. We'll identify about which point we have to take the axis of rotation. That is a matter of discussion, but this is how momentum will be conserved. So v dash will be u by 2. There is no external force, no hinge force, momentum is conserved. So let's talk about angular momentum. Angular momentum also will be conserved. Angular momentum also will also be conserved. So if at a time I wanted to see the motion of this rod, how it looks like, you see, this will have rotation also and this will have translation also. Since the particle got sticks to it, so we'll be very interested to locate the new center of mass of this rod, because center of mass will be the particle which will be momentarily at rest, right? So center of mass YCM, if I'm taking that as y-axis, YCM. Locate where will be the center of mass of this particle? Huh? M into 0, I am assuming the center of this rod over here, its center of mass will be lying at on center. This is, I am assuming, the reference point. So m into L 0 plus m into center of mass of this particle from this axis, L by 2 divided by m plus m. So this will be L by 4. So this is where, so you can just write it properly. I'll draw it again. This is where the new center of mass will be. And this is at L by 4. Clear na? This is at L by 4. So if I have to write the conservation of angular momentum, about which point I'll write conservation of angular momentum? I'll write about center of mass. I'll write about center of mass. And how much that value will be? mvl. And L is how much? L by 4. Think from the particle point of view. So initial angular momentum will be how much? mvl, and L is L by 4 is equal to I omega. Because if I take this center of mass as a point of reference, I am sitting on a center of mass, the nature of motion will be absolutely rotation. So the whole momentum will be seen in terms of rotation parameters, that is I omega. Clear this point? Any doubt for anyone? So omega will be how much? Omega mvl divided by 4i. mvl divided by 4i. And how much will be the I here? I. Think about which axis I am writing. I am writing about this axis. So moment of inertia of the rod about the center of mass, that is ml square by 12, plus moment of inertia of the rod about the new axis of rotation, that is m l by 4. I am using parallel axis theorem. I is equal to ICM plus md square, and plus m l by 4 whole square. This is for the chotu particle, and you substitute here, and that's how you will get the omega. Okay? So this is the second possibility where we have seen how the loss will happen. And if you wanted to calculate loss in kinetic energy, so that is nothing but half mv square. You are calculating loss. So initially the motion was having only the translation kinetic energy, that is half mv square. But after motion, this has both of the system. It has translation also and it has rotation also. Yes or no? You see, after the motion, about this point, the pure rotation, and it has a translatory motion also. So minus 1 upon 2, 2m into v square. This is the kinetic energy. This is the kinetic energy of the system, plus half I omega square for rotational kinetic energy. This is how you will get the loss in kinetic energy. Clear? So this was the case 1, where rod is fixed and we have calculated all the parameters. This is case 2, where rod is free to move, and this is how we have calculated. Now case 3 is rod is free to move in any way, but collision between bullet and rod is completely elastic. So if it is completely elastic, tell me how the energy conservation will happen. It is elastic, so energy will be conserved. So case 3 we can discuss here itself. This is not that much big. So it moves after the collision with the common velocity. Yes, after the collision, because rod is free to move in any way, right? But collision between bullet and rod is completely elastic. Correct? So bullet stops after collision. So in this case, what will happen? Linear momentum will be conserved. Linear momentum will be conserved. So this will be mv naught plus 0 is equal to mv naught plus 0 is equal to how much? Bullet stops, so only rod will move, mv. So v naught is nothing but v. This is conservation of linear momentum. What about conservation of angular momentum? Angular momentum, it's very simple. mvl about the center of mass, L by 2 is equal to I omega. And I for whom? I for whom? I for rod. And how much is that? ml square by 12, because bullet hits to this and stop. So it won't contribute anything in moment of inertia, right? So this is how, it's a general case. We have been given a 3 possibility, and we have calculated the conservation of linear momentum, angular momentum, and energy. Hope it is clear. Very, very important question for JEE aspect. Very, very important question. Okay? Chalo. Next. A uniform rod AB is hinged at one end A. The rod is kept in the horizontal position by a massless string tied to a point B as shown in figure. Find the reaction of the hinge on the end A of the rod when the instant the string is cut. So the moment we'll cut this string, what will happen? The moment you are being placed free, what will happen? You will go in a way where you want to go. Yes or no? Nature loves symmetry. So about this point of contact, the rod will rotate. The force which contribute in the rotation will be its own weight, mg. This distance is L by 2. Okay? And about this point, this rod will rotate. Okay, ji? L by 2. So let's write the value of torque first. So tau is equal to I alpha is equal to mg, nothing but mg into L by 2. ठीक है बच्चा? Any doubt? I am writing the torque mg into L by 2, and this is nothing but equal to I alpha. Torque is equal to I alpha. So this value will give you the value of alpha. So alpha would be mgl upon 2I. We'll substitute the value of I, nothing to worry. ठीक है? I is for rod. This is the axis of rotation. This is the axis of rotation. So a rod is rotating about is one of the end. So moment of inertia will be ml square by 3. So we'll substitute here. This is nothing but mgl divided by 2ml square by 3. mm cancelled out, L gets cancelled out. So this is 3g upon 2L. This is the angular acceleration of this rod. Okay? Now let's see which force contribute in the turning effect of this rod. mg. mg is the force which contribute the turning effect. So if you wanted to write the linear motion, of this rod, so what should I write? mg minus force exerted of the hinge on end A is nothing but MACM, mass into acceleration of center of mass. Okay? So this equation will help us to calculate N. But now fact is, what is ACM? So you know, if we have the angular acceleration, it is easy to calculate ACM. ACM will be, generally it is R alpha, but here it's located at distance L by 2, and alpha is 3g by 2L. LL get cancelled out, so this is nothing but 3g by 4 is ACM. You substitute value here. mg minus ma is 3g by 4 is equal to n. N would be mg by 4. This is the force exerted by hinge the moment the string is cut. Any doubt for anyone? Yes? Anyone? Any doubt? So this is how a very general question will be designed, where they'll cut the string. This support can be placed anywhere in the question. So that leads to the different varieties of question, right? Then you need to understand, you need to counter those questions, but the logic remains same about which point the rod is having the rotation nature, what is the translation equation, and which contribute the torque. Generally in these equations where axis of rotation is fixed, whenever you have the possibility of question where axis of rotation is fixed, the general approach remains the equation of motion, linear, then the value of torque, and correlated with other equations. These are very typical, process which are being adopted to deal with this kind of question. Next, 2 wires of diameter this made of steel and the brass are loaded as shown in figure. The unloaded length of the steel wire is this much, that of brass is this much, Young's modulus of steel is this much, and brass is this much. Compute the elongation. Okay? So in this question, the question remains very flat, but they have just tried adding up the contribution of mass and all that stuff. So nothing to worry. So first we'll write down the data. Data is already given to us. So first, if we'll talk about for the brass, first we'll calculate about the brass, because whatever elongation will happen in this wire, this elongation will happen only because of this weight, and whatever elongation will happen in the steel wire, effective weight will be considered. So we'll start with the brass first. The general formula For elongation is how much? Tell me. FL upon AY. FL upon AY. This is the general formula which helps us to calculate the elongation when Young's modulus is given. F is nothing but over here mg, that is 6 into 10 length of brass, that of brass. You can see all the data is given. Brass is given 1 meter divided by area. So brass diameter is given. So we can calculate the area, pi r square. So pi diameter is 0.25, 0.25. So this will be 0.125, because that's the diameter value, and in unit conversion multiplied by 2 and whole square and multiplied by Young's modulus, that is 0.91 into 10 raised to power 11 Pascal. This will give you the elongation in the brass wire. ठीक है ना? Any doubt for anyone? Anyone? Any doubt? Great. So you can solve this equation, right? And this will help you to give the elongation. That will come around 1.32 into 10 raised to power minus 4 meter. Okay, you can go for the further solution. Same goes for steel. So only the change which will happen for steel is delta L is nothing but FL upon AY. F is given 4 plus 6, 10 into 10. Length of brass is given 1.5 divided by same step 0.125, because diameter is same, into 10 raised to power minus 2 square multiplied by Young's modulus. And that is also given. The only change which will happen is, tell me, what is the only change which will happen? The only change which will happen is the force. And now in steel, if you ignore it for a time being, so how much this wire tolerate? This will tolerate 4 kg also, and this will tolerate 6 kg also. So the only change will be the force. So that become 10 Newton, and you substitute the values. Obviously force is more, so elongation will be much greater. It will come 1.4 into 10 raised to power 4 meter approx. Okay, so that's how you will get not in minus category. So this is how you will get the elongation. Next, a tube of 1 centimeter in cross section is attached to the top of a vessel 1 centimeter high and cross section 100 centimeter. Water is poured into the system, filling it to the depth of 100 centimeter above the bottom of the vessel. So basically they have given you a condition. The total is 100. The total is 100. 1 centimeter is the cross sectional area attached to a top of a vessel of 1 centimeter high. So just for basic understanding I am drawing it, though this value will be much bigger. Okay na? So don't think that I am drawing 99 centimeter, 1 centimeter high. Okay, so vessel size is 99. This is 99, right? The top of a vessel 1 centimeter high and the cross section 100 centimeter. System filling into the depth of 100 centimeter from the bottom. Okay, so the one which we wrote earlier is the correct one. This is 99 centimeter and this is 1 centimeter. Okay na? They have mentioned to the top of a vessel 1 centimeter high. A tube is attached. Okay? So they have already given you the height of the vessel. Now they are asking what is the force executed by the water against the bottom of the vessel. It means they are asking you to calculate the pressure exerted by this water on the bottom of the surface, and that pressure, how much force it leads to. What is the force? So ultimately, what are we supposed to calculate? The pressure, right? So the pressure, since it's a linear function, it will be simply rho gh, right? So 1 10 power 3 into 10. Yes? Okay, na? This is intensity of the pressure at the bottom of the container. So this will be 10 raised to power 4. Pressure it is Newton per meter square. This is the pressure exerted by the water at the bottom of the container, right? See, this will exert the pressure at the bottom, right? And whatever is the height of the column, that will be counted for, right? So this is rho gh. Now if I wanted to calculate force exerted by water at the bottom, force exerted, so force will be pressure into projected area. Yes or no? So pressure is how much? 10 raised to power 4, and projected area is how much? 100. They have given 100 centimeter square. So 100 into 10 raised to power minus 4. This is the force exerted by water at the bottom. So this gets cancelled out. So 100 Newton is the force. What force is water is exerting at the bottom? I hope this is clear. I'm just calculating first the pressure exerted at the bottom, and then I'm calculating the force, right? Now the next parameter what they're asking, what is the weight of the water in the vessel? So how do we calculate the weight? mg, volume into density, v1 plus v2 into density into g. ठीक है ना बच्चा? v1 plus v2 into density into g. v1 is what? Height of the upper column multiplied by the area. ठीक है? And v2 is what? The upper column. So upper column length is 99 centimeter, and what is the projected area? 1 centimeter square. So 99 to 10 raised to power minus 2 is the height, and projected area is what? 10 raised to power minus 4. है ना? So if I write this, so 99 into 10 raised to power minus 4 is the height, and the projected area is 10 raised to power minus 4. This is volume. Plus volume for this. How much will be volume for this? The projected area is 100 centimeter square. 100 centimeter square. And the height is 1 centimeter square. And multiplied by, this whole multiplied by 10 power 4, because density is 10 power 3 and g is again 10. After solving this, 99, this get cancelled out. Minus 4, minus 4, minus 8, minus 6, right? And multiplied by 10 raised to power 4. This will come 1.99 Newton. See, don't get confused between this reading and this reading. This is the force exerted by the water on the surface, right? This cannot be equal to the weight of the water. Why? Because the force which is being exerted by the water on the bottom, this will exert a thrust as well. So some component of this force will counter the component of weight, right? So understand it logically. This is what they're asking, weight of the vessel. So weight is what? How much volume of water is being filled, and then multiplied by g. That's how we have calculated the weight, mg. है ना? Volume into density into g. What is this? This means how much force is being exerted at the bottom. You know, this force also acts in pair, right? So it will have its component also, reaction pair also, and that will counter some of the value of the weight. So that is the reason As we have seen in 1 and 2, the thrust of water at the bottom is greater than the weight of the water. So it is because the force exerted by the top face of the vessel on the water. है ना? Because on the top face of the vessel, this will also exert a thrust, and that makes this force imbalanced. I hope this is clear to you, right? So don't get confused that both force will counter each other, right? So this is about this thing. So I believe this question is also clear. Let's move to the next question. Is x is equal to a sine omega t plus b cos omega t represent SHM? So you know the standard equation. The standard equation for SHM is a is equal to minus omega square x. So let's see whether the given function fulfill this condition or not. So given function is x is equal to a sine omega t plus b cos omega t. Let's differentiate it. Dx by dt will be a omega cos omega t plus b omega sin omega t. ठीक है? Let's differentiate it for one more order. d2x upon dt square will be minus a omega square sin omega t minus b omega square cos omega t. So minus omega square common, a sin omega t plus b cos omega t. And this is nothing but repetition of the given function. So I can say d2x upon dt square is nothing but omega square x. So when function repeat its original format, it means function represent the given condition, standard condition of SHM. So yes, this represent SHM. If yes, the new challenge is waiting for us. What is the amplitude of motion? And how do we calculate the amplitude of motion? Standard equation of SHM is x is equal to a sine omega t plus phi. If we have verified that the given motion is SHM, right? So we can further proceed it. So let's expand it. X is equal to a sine omega t cos phi plus a cos omega t sin phi. ठीक है? So if you compare with the given function a sin omega t, so sin omega t, I can write a cos phi is nothing but a. You compare with this standard equation and the condition, and a sin phi is nothing but b. Equation 1, equation 2. So if you square and sum both of them, so this will be a square cos square phi plus a square sin square phi is nothing but a square plus b square, right? So hence the amplitude of motion will be square root of a square plus b square. That's how we can calculate the amplitude of motion. Okay? Any doubt? Anyone? Any doubt? Anyone? Yes? Okay. Can you check for the second function? X is equal to a sine 2 omega t cos omega t represent SHM. See, sometimes just by seeing the function also you can see whether the function is gonna to repeat its original format or not, right? As this function is looking, if you just differentiate it, so dx by dt will be how much? A is common, so let's keep it outside. Sine 2 omega t, right? So see, the function can be given in any format, right? Function can be given in any format. Any format in the sense they might give, in terms of sine cube x, sine square x, sine power 4x, but the standard process remains same. Got it? So sine 2 omega t will be 2 omega cos 2 omega t plus, or in fact minus, omega sin omega t. But if you double differentiate it, it won't be repeated, because you can see here a 4 omega square sine 2 omega t with negative sign minus omega square cos omega t. You see, it is not backing up to the original format. So that is the reason I can say that this is not the standard condition of SHM, right? So this will not represent SHM. Hope it is clear. So if you have been provided a function where somebody is asking you to justify whether the given function is representing a standard SHM or not, what you are supposed to do? You are supposed to calculate the second order derivative of that equation and see whether the function is repeating its original value or not. If yes, it will represent the standard SHM. If not, it will not represent the standard SHM. Hope it is clear. Shall we move to the next question? All right, let's move to the next question. A small block is placed on a wooden plank which is oscillating harmonically in vertical direction. Okay, let's draw the motions. This is the plank and this is oscillating like this, in vertical direction. With a time period of t, at what amplitude of motion will the block separate from the plank? So there is a block of mass m. They haven't given the mass. Let's assume it's mass m. Let's see. So we know when, a vertical circular motion is happening, a vertical oscillatory motion is happening in this direction, what will be the maximum acceleration or the format of acceleration this system will have? A is equal to omega square x. Yeah, I can write anything because you have no attention. And here x will be the amplitude of the motion, omega square a. Yes or no? This is the maximum acceleration of the oscillating plank and the block is also attached to it. But during the upward journey, block will feel, wow, amazing, what a ride. But when it will come to down, it may have the fear factor of losing the contact because this is N, this is mg. So the possibility of losing the contact would be in downward direction. Block can separate from the block when it goes down. So downward force will be much effective. Mg minus m is equal to ma. Mg minus n is equal to ma, and a would be omega square a. This is a general equation, right? But when we say the block will separate from the plank, and if you remember morning we have discussed one question where that object has lose the contact. So separation, what is the condition? N less than equal to 0. Yes or no? N less than equal to 0. And what is N from this equation? You can write, see, you remember na? We have discussed when it lose the contact, then there won't be any contact force contributing in this. Yeah? You can say mg minus m omega square a less than equal to 0. Gets cancelled out. So if I calculate a is nothing but greater than equal to what? G by omega square. A is nothing but G by omega square, and omega is standard 2 pi by t, so 4 pi square upon. ठीक है बच्चा? So this will be the maximum, right? Acceleration of the plank we have already calculated, omega square a. If the amplitude of this motion is exceeding this, the block will lose the contact. Okay? So if this system exceed this acceleration, the block will lose the contact. Clear this point? Chalo, great. We will proceed further. Okay. Next question. A small block is connected to a massless rod, which is in turns attached to a spring of force constant K, as shown in figure. The block is displaced down slightly and left free. Find the period of oscillations. Okay. So before we proceed this question, let me tell you some basic things which you all need to keep in mind while calculating the SHM or time period or standard parameters, whether it is velocity, acceleration, whatsoever it is. Whenever we calculate time period, okay, there are two possibilities. One, use dynamical method. Very important, use dynamical method. What it says, write the restoring force and proceed further. Effective in most of the cases. Second is energy method. What it says, write energy, total energy of the system, total energy of the system, but where, when, excluding mean and extreme position of the motion. Excluding mean and extreme position of the motion. ठीक है ना? So total energy of the system excluding mean and extreme position. We know if a particle is undergoing simple harmonic motion, energy either with respect to time or with respect to position remains constant. Means in both of the cases, the derivative of energy will be 0. Very effective. So I would request all of you to first note down this thing, that whenever we calculate the time period, it's very important to be very clear which approach are you adopting. Are you adopting the dynamical method or you are going ahead with the energy method? If you are accepting energy method, you need to write the total energy of the system excluding mean and extreme position. If you are accepting the dynamical method, you should be ready to write the total force or the total torque. But remember, the force which contribute in the motion. There could be some forces which are not contributing anything in the motion, like weight. Weight hardly contributes in the oscillatory motion in most of the cases. You might consider weight as a part of writing restoring force, but since weight remains the internal force and no internal force has the capability to do work, especially when system is at rest. Okay na? Keep in mind. So this is very important to remember this thing. Okay. So now let's proceed with the question. So suppose we have disturbed this, and this is how the spring will looks like. This is how the block will looks like. Okay. Let's say this angle is theta and the elongation has happened of x. So I'll write restoring torque. Restoring torque. So restoring torque will be force into perpendicular distance. Force is kx into perpendicular distance is a, because the system will rotate about this point, है ना? So minus kx into a. Done. Restoring torque. What is x? Since this displacement is less, we can write angle is equal to x by a. So hence x is equal to a theta. So we can write minus k a theta multiplied by a. This is nothing but minus k a square theta. And this is what I always looks forward. When you are writing torque, it is important to welcome theta. ठीक है जी? Done, done, done. चलिए. and this is nothing but equal to I alpha. Alpha will be minus Ka square upon A into theta. So whenever you are writing force, so the comparison will be either F is equal to minus Kx, or to be very precise, A is equal to minus omega square x. Remember, whenever you are writing restoring force, you have to bring the complete function in this format for the straightforward comparison. When you are writing torque, it has to be minus omega square theta. And we got it. Alpha is equal to minus K square theta. Okay, na? So what will be the omega? Ka square upon I. And omega is nothing but you can correlate it with time period, right? T is equal to 2 pi by omega. But what is I here? I is the moment of inertia of the system. Most of the students I have seen, they commit the mistake. They treat it as a rod. It is actually a rod, but there is no mass. It's a massless rod. Remember, I have seen many good students, they commit this mistake. They write inertia for this also. But will it contribute anything in inertia? No, it is massless rod. So only the thing which will contribute in this inertia will be the block. Any inertia possessed by the spring? No, spring is also massless. This block will possess only the inertia, and that would be m into perpendicular distance. From this axial rotation, it is b, so moment of inertia will be mb square. अरे ठीक है, moment of inertia is mb square. So standard formula of time period is what? T is equal to 2 pi by omega, and omega is what? I, and I is mb square. This is omega square, है ना? This is what? Omega square. So hence omega will be a root k by I. ठीक है ना बेटा? So 2 pi by omega, and omega will be this a. So time period is equal to 2 pi by omega. So 2 pi by a root k upon root I, and root I is what? Root mb square. So hence time period will be 2 pi b by a root m by k. Is it clear? So see, whatever type of question they frame into, right, you need to be very strict to the fundamentals. They might give any combination. They might give this question, they might insert the concept of fluid also, they might insert the question of electrostat also, whatsoever it is. But whenever there's a case of calculating the time period, it is very important you to first identify which method are you adopting, whether you are accepting the dynamical method. Accepting means you are proceeding with the dynamical method, or you are proceeding with the energy method. ठीक है ना? If you are proceeding with dynamical method, talk about restoring force or talk about total energy of the system. ठीक? So I hope this is clear. Next. So next, with this question, let's start entering slowly and steadily in the 12th syllabus. So in 11th, I have taken almost the maximum varieties of questions. So electric field is given AX, means this is I cap AX. Okay, a electric field which is acting in X direction, and A is given 10 volt per meter square. If you see, they have given you a hint that take a point 10 meter dot 20 meter, 10 meter dot 20 meter to be 0. So you can take potential at this point 0. And that is something which will help us to proceed in this question. Let's say A, O, B, A. We can write potential at A is nothing but potential at B is nothing but 0. This is given to you. Hai na? Now they are asking Find the potential at the origin. At O they are asking. So how do we proceed? How do we proceed? Right? So we can write VO minus VB is nothing but E dx. From where to where? O to B. Yes or no? E dx. E is what? Ax dx 0 to 10. A is constant, x square by 2 means 100, 50A, and A is also given 10 volt per meter square. So potential difference or potential I can say at origin will be 500 volt. Okay? Hope it is clear. Great. Next question. There is an infinite straight chain of alternating charges q and minus q. The distance between neighboring charges is equal to A. Find the interaction energy. A very standard question. I know you might have dealt it earlier also. So they have placed lot of charges, q, alternating charges, है ना? So see, in this question you need to be very clear from where you start putting the charges. So if you are putting q here, so if you will not put any charge at the origin, the equations may go a little bit complex. So I would prefer to put one charge at origin, then minus q, then plus q, then minus q, and so on this side as well. Minus q, plus q. Clear? And the separation between each of the charges A. Mutual separation. From the origin, this will keeps increasing. Do you know what is the interaction energy? K q1 q2 by R. Okay? So total energy will be K. I'm writing for right side. Interaction energy of charges at 0, you know, at origin due to charges on right. Take. So Q minus Q by A plus Q into Q by 2A plus Q into minus Q by 3A and so on. So K Q square upon A common minus 1 plus 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3 plus so on. ठीक है ना? This is how the format would be, right? And this is nothing but ln 2, right? So Q square upon K value is 4 pi epsilon naught A ln 2. Do you think the same symmetry will work left to the origin? Write in the chat box. Same symmetry will work left to the origin also? Yeah? So if yes, can we directly multiply it by 2? Huh? Obviously. So the total energy will be 2 times of the energy which we have calculated. So this will be 2q square upon 4 pi epsilon naught A ln 2. Okay? So this is also done. Okay? Chalo. Let's go ahead. Find the flux due to the electric field through the surfaces as shown in figure. So if you talk about the first, so in each element, you talk about this element. So d phi is nothing but E vector dot dA vector. So for the first one, the angle between E and dA is 0. In magnitude, I can write it E dA. Okay? So phi would be integration of E dA. E is what? Electric field due to the point charge, and that remains same for all the elements. So I can take it out from the integration and dA. E is what? 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught q by r square integration of dA. dA is what? The small element dA is what? The small element. And if you integrate this whole small element, you'll get the total flux. So Q upon 4 pi epsilon naught R square. What will be the total projected area? Tell me. Total projected area. 2 pi R square. Because it is passing through the surface. So pi pi cancelled out. 2 2 ja 4. R get cancelled out. So flux would be QR upon 2 epsilon naught. QR upon 2 epsilon naught. ठीक है जी? Q is not given basically. You can write it in terms of E only. Okay? If Q is not given, I have assumed it's a point charge. Right? I have assumed it's a point charge, but since they have given intensity of electric field remains same, so you can write it in terms of E also. So in terms of E, it will be E into 2 pi R square. Thick. The interesting part would be the part 2, which might tease you a little bit. See, if you just draw this diagram here, I am taking this small element. This element I am talking. So on this element is being drawn like this. है ना? So if I just try to visualize it, will it be the projection of this area? है ना? See, this is how the field is. And this is how the area vector is. dA. This is very important. While calculating flux, the only thing which you have to think around is what is the angle between electric field and the area vector. That visualization is done. You are done with the question. Right? So in this, the only element is you have to take the projection of this element. Projection of this element, which is in the direction of field. Are you getting my point? So phi would be E integration of dA. In the direction of field, what is the component? dA cos theta. Okay? This is the actual area vector which is given. But in the direction of field, it's like you have opened a dustbin. है ना? So the phase is making the unit vector along the area, but we need the, while calculating flux, we need a component of this area vector in the direction of field. Okay? So that is nothing but dA cos theta, means I can say horizontal projection of dA. You can say in this line also horizontal projection of dA. That is nothing but dA cos theta. ठीक है ना जी? Okay, and horizontal projection of dA cos theta is nothing but pi r square. So the total flux is E into pi r square. A very slight change, but you need to keep in mind. है ना? One you have taken the in the direction of field, and one you have taken the opposite direction. Done? Hope it is clear. Chalo, let's move to the next question. A thin glass rod is bent into a semicircle of radius A. A charge plus Q is uniformly distributed along the upper half and minus Q along the lower half. As shown in figure, find the electric field at P, the center of the semicircle. Here we need to find the electrical field. Chalo. Simple, because we need to work more on the elements. Nothing special. So if you see, this element is being provided the charge Q, and this is being provided the charge minus Q. Let me play around with upper half first. If I'll take the small element, this element, right? This subtend a smaller angle also. Let's say this is DE. ठीक है ना? Let me take this angle as theta. So this angle also become theta. This component DE cos theta. this component DE sine theta. Just to visualize, let's take same element, identical element here also. Correct? So field will be towards the charge because it's a negatively charged. So this is how this would be. DE. I am taking with the base. So this angle also has to be identical. This is DE cos theta. This is DE sin theta. ठीक है ना बच्चा? So one thing you can visualize that in both of the element, the cos components, are cancelling out. The net effective field will be in the direction of sin theta. Is it clear? Right? Done. Nice. So DE sin theta. So first let's calculate what is DE. So DE is nothing but 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught dq upon r square. dq is the charge of this element. And how do we calculate dq? So total charge dq will be total charge upon total length. This q is distributed over the complete thing or only on the half? Only on the half. You might commit a mistake here. So this is total length will be 2 pi r. Pi r, so this will be pi r by 2. Okay? Total length upon total charge multiplied by length of the element. That is nothing but r d theta. R gets cancelled out. So dq how much? 2q upon pi into d theta. And we can substitute this q here. So this is dE 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught dq. dq is 2q upon pi d theta into 1 upon r square. है ना? This one. So net electric field will be 0 to pi by 2. Take 0 to pi by 2, 2q upon 4 pi square epsilon naught r square into d theta. But net effective field will be in which component? You can, this is the element, sorry. This is the element. So, and net electric field is nothing but dE sin theta. Isn't it? So we have to write sin theta also here. So this is nothing but 2q upon 4 pi square epsilon naught r square multiplied by cos theta and 0 to pi by 2. So anyway this will contribute 1. So net electric field will be q upon 2 pi square epsilon naught r square. This is due to plus upper half. This is due to plus upper half. So same symmetry will happen due to lower also. So E net will be multiplied by 2. So q upon pi square epsilon naught r square. This is gonna be the field due to the given symmetry. Based on the previous year JEE questions, you will find these questions fairly enough present in the exams, and they just test your recall power. Can you recall all the relevant data, and how beautifully you manage with the directions and other things, right? Find the capacitance of the following combination between A and B. Area of each plate is A and separation between the nearest plate is D. So how do we deal with this kind of question, right? So it's a good question. So first of all, name the plates 1, 2, 3 and 4. First process. Second, distribute the charge. So let me take this as positive, this terminal as negative. So positive and this side also positive. Okay? Negative and negative. For your satisfaction, you can distribute negative here, but they won't contribute anything as a capacitance. because for capacitance the necessary and requirement thing is one positive should be positive plate, one plate must contain the positive charge and another plate must contain the negative charge. Okay, so if you generalize this, so you write A here, plate 1 is making capacitor with plate 2 and plate 4 is making capacitor with plate 3, and 2 and 3 are interconnected, then it is connected to B. Okay, that's how you can simplify this thing. So for one parallel plate capacitor, capacitance is epsilon naught A by D, and for this also epsilon naught A by D, both are in parallel. So what will be this equivalent? Tell me. What will be this equivalent? 2C. So C equivalent for this system will be 2 epsilon naught A by D. So the process remains, nominate the plates, distribute the charge. For this, positive and negative, right? Give this as positive, this as negative, this side positive. Now induction process will happen, so this also will be negative, this side positive, and this side also negative. So you can see total 3 capacitors are getting formed. So take it as A plate, plate 1, 2, 3 and 4. So plate A making capacitor with 2, plate 3 making capacitor with 2, and plate 3 is making capacitor with 4 as well, and 2 and 4 all are connected with B. You can say all are in parallel. Clear? Any doubt for anyone? All are in parallel. So C equivalent in this diagram would be 3 epsilon naught A by D. So the basic idea behind such questions remains same, that first you try to give the names to these particular plates, distribute the charge, and then do this battery arrangement. Okay na? Chalo. Next, the region between two concentric spheres of radii R1 and R2 is filled with a conducting material of conductivity sigma. Find the resistance between the sphere. Right? See, this is also a good question where sometimes finding resistance could be a difficult task because they have not given you any direction of current or anything. So this has inner radius R1, outer radius R2, and this is filled with a material. So the fundamental things will take an element, right? Of some thickness, let's say dr, at distance r. Okay? So what will be the resistance for this? The general format of resistance is R is equal to rho L by A. Remember, length has to be taken in the direction of current. In the direction of current. But since here material is given, so you can assume that the mass is distributed over here, the material which we have filled, so from inner radius to outer radius, right, by default, so that current remains same throughout the element. So dr will be rho L. L will be dr upon area. What is the area it will contribute here? 4 pi r square. R will be integration of rho dr upon 4 pi r square. Since they are asking you to calculate in conductivity, So it can be placed as 1 upon sigma. So R will be 1 upon sigma and 1 upon 4 pi R power minus 2 into dr. So R power minus 1 upon minus 1 है ना, ठीक है ना. Integration from where to where? R1 to R2. So 1 upon 4 pi sigma 1 upon 4 pi sigma R2 minus R1 upon R1 R2. So this is how you will get the total resistance. So these are very straightforward questions which they ask and you should be very clear around. Okay na? So I have taken an element and I have integrated this. Next. Consider the following circuit and find potential difference between A and B. Find potential difference between A and B, right? So slowly we are entering into current electricity now. If you see this branch, let's say I current is flowing, here I, है ना? So you see this branch 2 and 4, so total is 6 ohm, and this branch 4 and 2, 6 ohm. Means what? Both the branch will have equal currents. Are yes or no? Both the branch will have equal currents. So here if it is I1, here also it will be I1. Yes? So can I say nothing but I1 plus I1 plus I1 is nothing but this? It's an equal distribution because circuit is symmetric, right? So if you calculate the total current, I is total potential, that is 10 upon 1 plus 1 plus 6 into 6 divided by 6 plus 6. How did we reach this? Voltage 10 volt and all are in series. 2 plus 4 6, 2 4 plus 2 6, both are in parallel. This and this is in series with 1 plus 1. Clear hai na this point? So 36 divided by 12, 3 plus 1 plus 1, 5. So current is nothing but 2 ampere. Current is nothing but 2 ampere. Done? Now we need to find potential difference between A and B. So VA minus VB can be written as VO minus VB minus VO minus VA. See? VA minus VB can be written as VO minus VB minus VO minus VA. If you'll solve this, you'll get VA minus VB only. VO minus VB, it's easy to calculate the drop across OB because current is known, resistance is known. Are it theek hai na? Huh? Any doubt for anyone? Tell me. If any one of you have any doubt, please tell me immediately. Anyone? Chalo. So VO minus T. Here also, how much will be the current? The 2 ampere will get equally distributed. So 1 ampere, 1 ampere. So VO minus VB will be 4 into 1 minus VO minus VA will be 2 into 1. Sir, why 2 times plus 1 came for resistance? Only 1 ohm is there, na? See, 1 ohm is given of battery also, na bacha? And 1 ohm is this. So 2 ohm and then this. So 2 and 4 series 6, 6, 1 upon 6, 1 upon 6. This is this and 1 plus 1, this one. Clear hai na? 1 ohm is being possessed by the battery also. Clear? So for VO minus VB, VO minus VB, V is equal to IR. So I is 1 ampere and R is 4. Hai na? So this is how I have calculated 2 volt. Okay? This is method 1. This is method 1. You can use KVL also. Imagine there is a hypothetical battery in between, because there is a drop VA minus VB. So we may assume that there is a hypothetical battery between A and B. है ना? You can take a closed loop. See this one. So what can you write? In the direction of current, product of IR negative, -2. Entering into the positive, or you can write plus VA minus VB, opposite, -4. This one will come +4 because we are heading in the opposite direction of current, equals to 0. So VA minus VB, since we are entering in the positive terminal, so we have to give minus sign here, and +2 equal to 0. So VA minus VB how much? 2 volt. So this is also one way where you can assume the Kirchhoff's law, and you can consider the closed loop. Okay? I'm sure that you are very clear with the sign convention. I take it in this way, that take the product of IR. If you are going along the direction of current, product of IR negative. If you are entering in the positive of the battery, negative. If you are heading opposite to the direction of current, positive. Means this is how I assume as a sign convention, and if you follow any typical sign convention, that also will work. Answer remains same. Clear? Chalo. See the circuit shown in the figure. Find the current through the switch when it is closed. Okay. So again, same thing. VA minus VO, VB minus VO, and VO minus V ground. Because it is given, it is connected with ground. Tick. So let's say this is I1. It is already given. This is I2 and this is I. So if you use KCL, Kirchhoff current law, for this particular junction, you can write I as I1 plus I2. Yes or no? I as I1 plus I2. I is what? VO minus ground divided by 2 is nothing but I1. 20 minus VO divided by 2 plus I2. 10 minus VO divided by 4. Is it clear? I'm just using node analysis method and using the Kirchhoff's current law, KCL. For this junction, total entering current is equal to total leaving current, and this is how I have used it. So VO by 2 is, LCM is 4, right? 40 minus 2 V0 plus 10 minus V0. So 2 V0 is nothing but 50 minus 3 V0. So 5 V0 is nothing but 50. That implies V0 is 10 volt. Okay. So I hope this is clear. Straightforward KCL. Chalo. We'll move to the next question. Is these are also quite repeated questions which are being asked very fairly in the JEE or any competitive exams, which you say two bulbs rated 25 watt 200 volt and 100 watt 200 volt are connected in series to a 400 volt supply. So with necessary calculation, which bulb, if any, will fuse? What should happen if both the bulbs were connected in parallel to the same supply? So I'm sure this arrangement we keep doing in our householding circuits as well. So not only a question, it's even a part of information. So first of all, you need to understand what is the permissible current through both of the bulbs. So see, I'm telling you a very header process, how do you approach this kind of question? And to find permissible current, first of all, you should know what is the resistance of each of the bulb. Are you getting my point? Yes, you should know what is the resistance of each of the bulb, because if you know the resistance and you know what is the power supplied, so you can easily calculate. है ना? So first of all, let us calculate the resistance. R1 will use V square upon P1. ठीक है ना? V square upon P1. So it is 200 into 200 divided by 25. This is nothing but 1600 ohm. Resistance of second bulb, again same formula, 200 into 200 divided by 100, 400 ohm. So we know what are the resistance of both of the bulbs. Okay. Now let us calculate allowable current. We have the resistance, we have that what is the rating, what is the wattage of this bulb, and what is the supply. So we can easily calculate what will be the allowable current for this particular bulb. Okay. Current does not mean what is the supply. Current means what are the readings. Readings will define the capability of this instrument, right? Not the supply. Supply can damage also the entire circuit. So don't say that we'll calculate based on the 400 volt. No, that is your input. That can change. You can make it 400 also, you can make it 4000 also. But your rating will be based on the mentioned data, right? Hope you are clear with this point, na? So in the first, I will be P upon P1 upon V. P1 is how much? 25. And V is how much? 200. See, again I am saying don't get confused. I am calculating the standard parameter. है ना? So this will be nothing but 1 upon 8 ohm. For the second bulb, I2 is nothing but P2 by V. P2 is how much? 100. And V is 200. 1 upon 2 ohm. So we got the basic data so that we can play around that now they are connected in series or they are connected in parallel. Let's calculate. The total current in this circuit will be V of supply divided by, let me take both are in series, R1 plus R2. So how much is the supply? 400. And R1 plus R2, 1600 plus 400 becomes 1800. That's the 1600. So 400 is the supply. Again I am saying don't get confused. 400 is the supply. R1 plus R2. 1600 plus 400 becomes 2000. Hai na? So this will become 2000. So 2 upon 10 means 0 upon 2 ampere. ठीक है ना? This is the current when they will be connected in series. 0.2. And what is the permissible current? I1 is 1.8 and I2 is 1.2. What conclusion you can make? That this current is greater than I1 but less than I2. Yes or no? This current is greater than I1 but less than I2. It means if we do any disturbance in future, which bulb will be in dangerous? Tell me. Write in the chat box. Which bulb will be in dangerous? Will be in danger. Which bulb will get fused first? I have calculated the current which is supplying in the circuit when they are in series, and I have given you what is the permissible current in both of the element. So if I wanted to conclude something, that if in future, if some data get changed, some reading get changed, if necessary calculation, if any bulb will get fused, which bulb will have that level of fear of getting fused? Obviously 25 watt bulb, because for this the current is greater compared to the permissible current. Are you getting my point or not? So 25 watt 25 watt will get fused in series. I have taken that I considering both the bulbs are connected in series. Is it clear or not? Now let us calculate when they are connected in parallel. When they are connected in parallel, so same voltage will work, है ना? Same voltage will work. So I1 will be what? For any resistance you can calculate when they are in parallel. When bulbs are in parallel. So anyway, across both the bulbs, the potential drop remains same. So to calculate the current, you can pick any of the bulb, V upon R1. Yes. And what is the supply? 400. Let me take this one. 400. 1 ampere. Yes or no? 1 ampere. And this is greater than I2. This is greater than I2. Yes. If you calculate for the second one, if you calculate for the second bulb, this is for the second one, 1 ampere. And what is the permissible current for the second bulb? 1.2. Is it greater than the permissible current? Yes. Think about the first bulb. The first one. For first bulb, I2 will be 400 divided by 1600. Are yes or no? 1 upon 4 means again 0.25. Again 0.25. And unfortunately, this is also greater than I1. Are you getting this thing or not? What I am done when I am calculating with the parallel, I am calculating because in parallel current will distribute. So each bulb will have different reading of current. So I1 is V upon R1, 400 by 400 means 1 ampere. Whereas permissible in I2 is only 1.2. Means the current which is flowing is greater than the permissible. Bulb is in danger. For first bulb, the permissible is 1.8 but flowing is 0.25, which is again higher. It means when we connect these two bulbs in parallel, both of the bulbs are pursuing the higher current. Means what will happen? Both the bulbs will get fuse. Both the bulbs will get fuse. So this is a very common trending kind of questions which you should keep in mind, that how do we calculate all this data. Is it clear? Everyone? Yes? Chalo, we'll proceed further. On the similar note, an electric kettle has two heating elements. One brings to it boil water in time t1, another in time t2. Find the time taken by the boil to boil in kettle when heating elements are in series, are in parallel. So these are, the question which I just discussed, a very, commonly type of questions. So in this also you need to apply the same logic. So here they are asking about the heat. Here they are asking about the heat. So the general formula of heat is what? I square RT or V square upon R1 into T1. Yes or no? Because we need to express this heat in terms of the given parameter. So from here, R1 will be what? V square upon H into T1. And R2 will be what? V square upon H into T2. Are yes or no? Right? So now they are saying when both the filaments are connected in series. So in series, V square upon R1 plus R2 into T. R1 plus R2 into T. Right? So V square into T divided by R1 is what? V square T1 divided by H plus V square T2 divided by H. Okay? This is the total. And when you calculate this, H get cancelled out, V square cancelled out. So the total time taken by the kettle system will be T1 plus T2. So rather you keep in mind, when this kind of arrangement is there and we are heating a certain amount of water or any element, and when filaments are connected in series, this is how the time calculation will happen. And when the filaments are connected in parallel, you can just write instead of R1 plus R2, you can write R1 R2 upon R1 plus R2. So when they are in parallel, you can write H is equal to V square upon R1 R2 divided by R1 plus R2 into T. And again, substitute, because we have already identified the time individual resistance. So after solving this, you will get a very general expression, easy to memorize also, 1 upon T1 plus 1 upon T2. And you can withdraw a lot of, conclusion from this result as well, right? So I hope this is also clear. Huh? When a proton is released from rest in a room, it starts with an initial acceleration a naught. So this question again, will check the basic understanding about the concept, about the formulas. A naught towards the west, when it is projected towards north with a speed v naught, it moves with an initial acceleration 3a naught towards west. So basically there are two conditions. There is a room where both the field exist. We don't know in which direction, electric as well as magnet. We release a proton. So initially it was at rest. So which force gets activated, or which field has an impact on the charge when charge is at rest? Electric field. Yes? So force due to electric field will be EE, and is nothing but F is equal to MA. Done? This is what we can withdraw. For better understanding, let us draw east, west, north, south. When a proton is released from rest in a room, it starts with an initial acceleration a naught towards west. Proton, positive charge. So force will be in the direction of field. So field also exists in this direction. When it is projected towards north, it has a velocity now with a speed v naught. It moves with an initial acceleration 3a naught towards west. Again, 3a naught. And obvious, if you use right hand rule, so V cross B, V and the palm should face the second vector, that is magnetic field. So the force acting on this will be towards west, and that is the force which is bringing this particle with this acceleration towards west. So field is something which is acting on this particle and carrying this particle in this direction towards west. Find the electric field and the minimum possible magnetic field in the room. Okay? So electric field, so we can easily calculate here. M A naught divided by E. And where? Towards east. Towards. Okay? But when proton is projected, it experiences force due to both the field. It will have due to electric field also, and it will have due to magnetic field also. So I'll write force due to electric field, but force due to magnetic field is equal to mass into effective acceleration. This is nothing but 3a naught. Isn't it? Hope it is clear. Yes? Any doubt so far? Anyone? And F is already given, MA naught. MA naught plus FM is 3MA naught. FM is nothing but 2MA naught. And what is the force acting on a moving charge? UVB. So E V naught B is nothing but 2MA naught. This is the force. So what is B? B would be 2MA naught divided by EV naught. So we got the magnitude of magnetic field, and as predicted, it will be downward. Okay? because using Fleming right hand rule, I have told you how to calculate the direction of this field. Clear? Any doubt? Anyone? Chalo. Next question. A particle of mass m and charge q is projected into a region having a perpendicular magnet. Find the angle of deviation of the particle when it comes out from the field, and they have given different thickness, mv by q, mv by 2q, 2mv by qb. है ना? Straightforward question. You should know when a particle gets into the magnetic field, what kind of deviation it follow, right? So let's say this angle is theta. Sin theta will be what? D by r. है ना? For a smaller reflection, d by r, because d is less than r. And what is the standard formula of radius of path? mv by qb. mv by qb. So what is the first condition? mv by qb. So sin theta will be how much? 1. You can see from that equation, na? Sin theta is d by r, right? And d is given mv by qb, and also mv by qb, and this is nothing but 1. It means the deviation will happen pi by 2 radian. Clear? Okay. Let's move to the second case. What is the second case? mv by 2 qb. mv by 2 qb is less than the standard deviation, that is r. Possible radius when a particle is being projected in the influence of field, the maximum radius it can go in the given set of conditions is mv by qb. Given condition is mv by 2 qb, right? So I can write here d is less than r. So sin theta will be mv by 2 qb divided by mv by qb, and this is nothing but 1 by 2. So theta will be pi by 6 radian. Clear? Pi by 6 radian. What about third case? Third case they have given 2 mv by qb. It means it is greater than r. So greater than r to means what? Yes, greater than r means what? 2. 2 mv by qb is greater than r. So deviation of the particle will be 180. Deviation of the particle will be 180. It will go, will take turn, and will come out from the field. Is it clear? Is it clear to all of you? Yes? Chalo. Great. Next question. A thin insulating wire forms a plane spiral of n right turns carrying a current. The radii of inner and outer turns are A and B. Find the magnetic moment of the spiral. This question also has been asked multiple times, like this, like this, okay? And they have given the inner is A and extreme one is B. It has n number of spiral of n turns, spiral of n turns. Radius of inside and outside is given A and B. Okay? So we are asking magnetic moment. In this question, they may frame other things also. Instead of asking magnetic moment, they may keep a object, they may keep a loop at the center, and they may ask potential energy. Hai na? They may ask you to calculate the torque on that object also. So lot of possibilities can be there in this. Hai na? So process remains same, and try to remember the standard formula also. Okay. So you know, due to one small element, dm, the moment of magnetic moment will be dn into ida. The general formula of magnetic moment is what? M is equal to ia. If it contains n number of turns for a small element dA. Because we don't know for this one small element how many turns will come. Hai na? Let me take this as small dn. So for this small dn, the number of turns will be total turns distributed in this region B minus A into dr. This is how you will calculate total number of turns in this element. So dm will be n upon B minus A into dr into I into dA. Clear this point? Yes. M will be Ni upon B minus A to B dr. Now, if you have taken this element, so for this element, area will be fixed, right? So two variations at a time obviously will not make any sense. Getting my point? So for this element, I know what is gonna be the area. So this is A. A also can be taken out into dr. I'll see that how A will be correlated with R. Clear? So this will be Ni divided by B minus A, and for that element, the area of the loop through which the current is flowing will be pi r square into dr. Remember, in this, the area is being considered which includes this effect of current, pi r square dr. So magnetic moment will be Ni divided by B minus A r power 3 by 3. Yes or no? Mu naught pi Ni upon B minus A r power 3 by 3. So pi also out, r power 3 upon 3, and limit A to B. Magnetic moment of this system will be Ni pi divided by B minus A multiplied by 3 B cube minus. So again, in this question, the possibility of taking the element is the only crux. Rest remains the extension of the given formula, that is m is equal to Ia, taking I for that particular element, how many elements exist in this dn, how do we calculate dn, that I have explained there, and multiplied by A. Okay? We'll move to the next question. A current I flow along a thin wire shaped as a regular polygon with a n side which can be inscribed into a circle of radius r. Find the magnetic induction at the center of polygon, analyze the obtained expression, and tends to infinity. Very standard question. Let's see. So we have a polygon. Like this. Let me consider for one line first. Let's say this angle theta, this angle theta. You know, let's say current is flowing like this. So due to this, there are n number of sides. We need to calculate magnetic induction at the center, at O. Hai na? So let me take one side first. You know, angle subtended by one side is what? Tell me. 2 pi by n. Generally, when we talk about polygon, and what is the value of angle subtended by one side? This is 2 pi by n. Angle subtended by one side is 2 pi by n. Okay? So theta will be pi by n. So I can write here, this is total angle subtended by this side. So what will be the value of theta? 2 pi by n. Now let's write the field due to this straight wire at point O. So B1. The standard formula is mu naught I upon 4 pi r sin alpha plus sin beta. And here alpha beta both are same. So mu naught I upon 4 pi r 2 sin theta. Any doubt so far? Yes? Any doubt for anyone? This I am writing magnetic field due to one current element. Now, how many unknown? Theta, R. Let's eliminate that. Okay. They have given, if in future you make it as a circle, it will have the radius R. So this side in future also will be R. Okay, na? So how do you, and this is small r. So cos theta is nothing but R upon capital R. R is R cos theta. And theta is what? Pi by n. Come here. Mu naught I upon 4 pi into R. R is R cos pi by n into 2 sin pi by n. Okay? So B1 is nothing but mu naught I upon pi r tan pi by n. 2 mu naught I upon pi r 2 sin pi by n upon 4 pi cos pi by n. So mu naught ni upon 2 will come in denominator, because denominator it has 4. है ना? So mu naught upon 2 pi r tan pi by 4. It is clear? Pi by n. This is a general result. If you calculate for the total, you need to multiply it by n number of turns. This will be mu naught ni upon 2 pi r tan pi by n. Now they want you to generalize this thing for n tends to infinity. So when n tends to infinity, logically it should form a circle. Yes? You can write it when n tends to infinity. And you know, when a current carrying loop is given, how do we calculate the magnetic field at the center? Let's verify that. So B will be mu naught I upon 2r. I'm just rearranging it. Mu naught I upon 2r tan pi by n divided by pi by n. And this is limit n tends to infinity. So this function will be 1. B will be not I by 2r. This is how we justify when we have a regular polygon having current I. This is how we calculate the magnetic field at the center. General result, very important to remember. Done? Chalo. A current I is 0.5 ampere flow along a thin wire shaped as shown in figure. The radius of curved part of wire is equal to this. The angle 2 phi is 90 degree. Find the magnetic induction at the field of the point. So these are also a very repeatedly asked question in JEE exams. है ना? So I am sure you can easily deal with this. So you need to take two elements. One is this. So one field due to the straight wire. है ना? So due to this, B1 is nothing but mu naught I upon 4 pi r sin theta plus sin theta means 2 sin theta, nothing but 2 sin 45. And this is nothing but 3 by 4th. This is nothing but what? 3 by 4th of the this is nothing but 3 by 4th of the loop. Yes. So this is nothing but 3 by 4th of the loop. And for the loop, requesting all of you to please memorize a general formula. B is mu naught ni upon 2r. N can have any segmentation. This can be 3 by 4, 1 by 4, anything you can just substitute here. Okay, na? So you can substitute this value. R is nothing but R cos 45. Here R is what? This is R. Remember in this formula, this is perpendicular distance. So this is basically small r. Hai na? So this will be replaced by R cos 45. B1 is mu naught I upon 4 pi r cos 45 into 2 sin 45. That will get cancelled out. Both are having same value. So mu naught I upon 2 pi r is due to the straight, and due to the curved is how much? B is mu naught 3 by 4 into 2r into I. You can write 3 mu naught I upon 8r. Yes or no? 3 mu naught I upon 8r. So total field will be B1 plus. Okay? Hope it is clear. Anyone? Any doubt? Yeah. Great. So we'll move to the next question. Again, similar pattern of question. Due to this, at this point, since the length of this wire is in the direction of the position, so due to this, field will be 0. Due to this, mu naught I upon 4r. है ना? I told you, for a general, mu naught ni upon 2r. N become half, so mu naught I upon 4r, and due to this also 0. So total is this. Again, for this, it's a semi-infinite. Mu naught I upon 4 pi r. है ना? So don't make mistake here. It's a semi-infinite. B case. So mu naught I upon 4 pi r. Due to this 0. Due to this mu naught I upon 4 pi r. And this is again the 3 by 4th part. So B is 3 by 4 of mu naught I upon 2 pi r. है ना? Can sum all these things, you will get the answer. For this, semi-infinite, mu naught I upon 4 pi r. Same, mu naught I upon 4 pi r. And this is semicircle, mu naught I upon 4r. Okay? Any doubt? I think you might have dealt all these things very well, right? You all are preparing very rigorously, so I'm sure you must be knowing all the data. Okay? Chalo, let's move. This is also one good question. Space is divided by the line AD into two regions. Region is filled with this, and magnetic field directed into the plane. Now this will start rotating, and we need to find how induced EMF is varying, what is the direction of current, and what is the graph. Very important question. And let's see. So when it rotates, so see, in this there are two possibilities, two cases. Remember, I am discussing one of the case. One question you can try as a homework. One, when it rotates with constant angular velocity. The process for both remains same. Just for a try, you can write it. Constant angular velocity. And second, when it has constant angular acceleration. Only the equation format will get little bit change. Rest process remains same. Alpha. Here we have first possibility. Hai na? So when it rotates, so just try to visualize this. When this loop will get inside this field, so the flux passing through this loop will keeps increasing because initially there was no flux. Now some part of the area of this loop will penetrate the field and will induce EMF, isn't it? And it will keep rotating. At this point of time, half of the loop will be inside, and in the next cycle, the complete loop will be inside. So if I distribute this motion 0 to t by 2, so 0 to t by 2, the loop will have one sign convention for the induced EMF, and once it will start coming out, the sign will get changed. How the magnitude will change, will it remain same? That is a matter of discussion, but I can see from the direction. Okay? So let's see. Induced EMF is d phi by dt. है ना? And d by dt, phi is equal to BA. The angle between B and A remains fixed in this, so we are not going to talk on this. Only the area is changing. है ना. So first we'll take a small element, and element area will be 1 by 2 into r d theta. If this angle is d theta, so this will be r square upon 2 d theta. Let's substitute here. E is d by dt. Field is already given. Field is already given, and this will be dA. That is r square by 2 and d theta, or you can take a chotu element delta theta. Okay. So when you will do this derivative, so since you have taken a derivative over here, you need to be little bit cautious that what element you are writing here. Since I'm just telling you for a small element point of view, that is the reason I have written a d theta. But when you keep this small element in the differential parameter, then you have to take a small element rather than d theta. Otherwise, logically it won't make any sense that you have d by dt or d theta, right? Just for understanding purpose I'm telling you. So this will be 1 upon 2 b r square, and d theta by dt will be what? Omega. So induced EMF will be 1 upon 2 b omega r square. And luckily, this field has nothing to do with theta. It means this remains constant. So the graph, how it looks like, for 0 to t by 2, this will be negative, but this will go constant. Okay, na? Because this is E versus omega. Omega means 2 pi by t. Omega means what? 2 pi by t. You can take some elements, you can write it. Once it is completely inside, now it will start coming out, but magnitude remains same, but direction will get changed. This will be t by 2, and again it will go. So that's how E versus R will go. E versus T will go. Okay? Go through this. If you have any doubt, do let me know. Anyone? Any doubt? Anyone? Done? Chaliye. So we'll move to the next question now. A transformer has 500 primary turns and 10 secondary turns. If Vp is 120 volt, what is the Vs with an open circuit? So this is the condition of ideal transformer. So data is given, Np is given, primary turns 500, Ns is given. So there is a direct correlation. Vs upon Vp is equal to Ns upon Np. So what are they asking? What is Vs? So Vs will be Ns upon Np into Vp. So number of turns in the secondary coil 10, primary coil 500, voltage across primary is 120. So 12 upon 5.4. Okay? Now they are saying if the secondary now has a resistive load of 15 ohm, what are the currents in primary and secondary? So what are they saying? Instead of standard condition, they have given a internal resistance for the secondary has a resistive load of 15 ohm. So first we need to now concerned about the current. So current in the secondary will be what? Applied voltage is how much? 2.4, and resistance of secondary is what? 15. You see, current in the secondary Vs upon Rs. Vs how much? 2.4 divided by Rs will be 15. This will go 0.16 ampere. Okay, na? This is the current in the secondary coil we got. Now we know the relation between current and the number of turns. Is upon Ip is nothing but Np upon Ns. Okay? Is upon Ip is nothing but Np upon Ns, and you can substitute the value, calculate the Ip. They are asking what are the current in the primary and secondary coil in case of resistance. So secondary current we already got. Now we are calculating Ip. Ip will be what? ns upon np multiplied by is. Ip will be ns, number of turns in the secondary, that is turn 10, primary 500, and current in is is 0.16. I hope it is clear. When you calculate it, this will come approx 3. Okay? So this is how the current will flow in the second. We'll try, okay? We'll try our level best to complete as many as questions. Next, a toroid solenoid has a mean radius of 0.2 meter and a cross-sectional area of this much. It has found that when the current is 20 ampere, the energy is stored. So they are asking energy stored, quite straightforward formula. Energy stored is half Li square. But the moment you apply this formula, you should be clear that I am applying for a cross-sectional area or a rectangular area. That is very important. So here it is given cross-sectional area. Because for both of the things, your self-inductance will change. Yes or no? Yes. So for this, 1/2 mu n square A. You remember what I said? I am talking about if it is a cross-section, then this will be the induction. If it is rectangular, then self-induction will differ upon 2 pi r and multiplied by I square. You have all the data. You have radius, you have area, you have current, you have energy stored, how many tons they are asking, and you have to calculate. You can substitute the values and get the answer. Any doubt in this question? Chalo, we'll move ahead. Two mirrors are placed at an angle theta. With them, prove that the angle of deviation produced by mirror together is independent of angle of incident. Again, a standard question. Let's say these are the two plane mirror. They are saying there is a ray which comes like this. This will be the normal. Get reflected. For this surface, this will be the normal. Get reflected. Okay? See here. This ray was supposed to follow this path. But due to this mirror, it has deviated like this. So this is deviation 1, delta 1. This ray was supposed to follow this path, but due to mirror, got reflected. So this is delta 2. Both deviation are in the same sense. So the net deviation will be delta 1 plus delta 2. If this angle is theta, this is also theta. Okay? Or instead of theta, let me take this as angle of incidence. I. This is also I. Let me take this angle as theta. This is R. So this is also R. So what is delta 1? 180 minus 2I. What is delta 2? 180 minus 2R. So what is net deviation? 180 minus 2I plus R. Sum of two exterior angle will be sum of the inner angle. Delta net is 180 minus 2 theta. You can see the net deviation is independent of angle of incidence. You can write it down. Combination of two plane mirror, when it is placed like this, you can write the net deviation as 180 minus 2 theta. Right? So only the angle between the mirrors contribute. Rest is okay. A man is standing exactly at the center of the hall. He wants to see his image of his back wall in the mirror hanging in front of wall. Find the minimum size of the mirror required. Right? So again, a very standard questions. Right? I think you might have deal with this question already, but I'll do the formality. So a man wanted to see the image of his back wall. Right? Here, in the mirror hanging on front wall here. ठीक है ना? So like this, like this. Okay, but here this ray is supposed to be over here. This ray is supposed to be over here. है ना? So you take any identical distance, right? The equation will go accordingly. So you just go through the question. It is saying that a man is standing exactly in front of the wall. A man is standing exactly at the center of the hole and he wanted to see the image of his back basically, and in the mirror hanging in the front wall, है ना? So find the minimum size of the mirror. So these distance will be, if it is exactly at the center of this, so this will be x, right? This will be x. So using similar triangle condition, you can write, if this is y, this is h, so y by x is equal to h by 3x. है ना? Y will be h by 3. So that's how you can just correlate it and can calculate. Okay? Find the distance of an object from a concave mirror of focal length 10 centimeter. So that image is 4 times the size of object. Now they have given you concave mirror. So in this there are two possibilities. One, the image could be real, the image could be virtual. Any possibility? ठीक है ना? The image could be real, the image could be virtual. So let's say image is real. Image is real. Because you all know that concave mirror can perform both of the possibility. Yes or no? It can form real image also, it can form virtual image also. M is nothing but minus V by U. When it is real, minus 4, because magnification will be minus upon minus V. Real, so object has to be at minus 4x. Okay, V is minus 4x. Using mirror formula, you can write 1 upon V plus 1 upon U is equal to 1 upon F. 1 upon minus 4x plus 1 upon x is equal to 1 upon minus 10. Clear this point? Since proper sign convention, so x has to be also minus. Take solving it, x you will get 12 point. This is one aspect. If you wanted to consider image is virtual, so what change will you make? Tell me, what change will you make? You will make m as positive plus 4, and same formula you can revise and you can go through this. Okay na? Now we'll take some question from we'll take one question from semiconductor, so that all the questions are being well discussed. So this is a current shown figure contains two identical diode, each having forward resistance 50 watt. If the battery voltage is 6 volt, the current through 100 watt resistance is what? So you see, when current will flow, the current will go in this direction here and in this direction over here. So when a diode is connected in a way where its negative is facing the negative terminal and positive is facing the other terminal, this is being considered as the reverse biased. This will be in forward biased. Yes or no? So reverse bias means it won't be active in this, only the upper circuit will be activated. So what will be the total current? I is equal to V by R, and V is how much? 6, and total resistance is 250 ohm. Okay. So this is how we can calculate. The one which is in yes 75 ohm will not conduct. Correct. Okay, na? Then we have this question as well. As per the given circuit, the value of current through the battery will be. So this also you see properly. The current is going like this. So this will allow, but this won't allow because this is in reverse biased. Hai? But if you see this 10, 6, 10 and 6 means this line and this line both are identical, means equal current distribution will happen. If current I is flowing through this, in this also I current will flow. Am I right? As per the given circuit, the value of current through the battery. So you need to calculate the total current. So I will be V by R. V by R equivalent. Any drop across the diode? No. So 10 upon R. R is 2. Okay, you see? So this element 2 plus 10, this will not work. Only this will work. So 10 plus 6, 16. 10 plus 6, 16. And 10 plus 6, 16. 16 into 16 divided by 32. 8. So this got shorted and this also got shorted. And 8 is in series with 2. 10, it become 1 ampere. Hope it is clear. Good, good, Shaksham. Right? So I think this is it. And I hope that in today's class, I could touch most of the topics starting from unit measurement till semiconductor devices, right? And we'll keep continuing conducting such classes so that before you write JEE exam or any competitive exam which you are preparing, you people are attending those exams with next level of preparation, with next level of confidence. And after this, we are going to have the live classes for chemistry and mathematics. Day after, you will be having chemistry, and again after 2 days, you will have a mathematics class. So wishing you all the very best, and keep working hard, keep exploring all the best possibilities, and make sure at the end of day, you come out with the flying colors. Thank you so very much.